$25 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health, but then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Feeling stuck? Think bigger. Meet NASA's Meredith McKay and explore space careers, the future of Artemis, and more at the New Frontiers Diplomacy Forum, July 28th at Wings Over the Rockies. Tickets at wingsmuseum.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Chest puffing.
I'm tougher than Mark.
Occasional pettiness.
Your disappointment makes me happy.
And fearless leadership.
30 seconds left. Just get us in field goal range. Come on, kid, now. Execute.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis sitting in one more time for the guys. Eventually they'll be back in here, Mark.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
That's what I hear. Believe it when you see it.
84 years.
Believe it when you see it. But Mark, but look at you. You were out of town.
Yeah.
You made it back in. How was Idaho?
It was great. We were in Spokane, Washington, Lake Roosevelt, Washington, with all my college buddies. 12 of us showed up this year for Vandal Weekend. It was a great weekend. So it was. We had a great time. We really, everybody goes, "What do you guys do?" Well, we don't do anything. We just move from the cabin down to the beach.
The guy is drunk.
We go from the beach back up to the cabin.
Okay,
and then it's and we eat and drink while we're doing all that.
Well, that's a lot at your age. Once you get to the cabin, it's like, guys, exactly. we got to chill here for a minute.
We got to chill here for 8 hours before we go back up there. Which is several blocks away.
I think everybody's happy this year. You got the weekend right when you went out there this year. There was no last minute. Mark, what are you doing?
Yeah, right. Where you at? I got there on time. All fun was had by all, and I was not I was not on the wrong weekend this year. So that which was a total bonus for me. Total bonus. I ended up watching the World Cup, sitting around in the Spokane airport because I got there many hours before my flight and there was nobody in there. But ended up watching the World Cup final, and wow, what a doozy!
Yeah, it was a real offensive battle yesterday.
There was a moment where I was watching Argentina at the end of this, in the last few minutes and the last part of the last half and in extra time, and thinking to myself, do they know they can play offense? I didn't know that they knew.
It didn't appear they didn't have a shot on goal until like the second extra time.
Yeah,
I believe it was at one point. It was 20 shots on goal by Spain to 0 with Argentina, and eventually you gotta put the ball in the net or at least try.
Yeah, and
Inconceivable.
Then I didn't understand when the first, again, I was watching without volume, so I didn't get a lot of explanation. But I didn't understand when the first goal by Spain was disallowed. I thought that was, I was like, it looked clean to me. I didn't understand that, but obviously World Cup was huge. Just a huge success, and I tell you what, in the airport there were a lot of folks over there that were rooting for Spain, it was cool because they were pretty geeked up.
Yeah, that was exciting for them. They got that goal. It was the goaltender for Argentina. If I'm in that locker room, I'm going, guys.
Right.
I played the game of my life.
Right.
I kept you in it. You couldn't at least shoot on the goal. Right. I had to sit back there because that guy played out of his mind.
He made some unbelievable saves. It was great to see that. And then I don't know if I heard this correctly. Did Connor McDavid win the MVP of the World Cup? Did he win that, or was that no? It was something. Okay.
Connor McDavid, World Cup champion.
World Cup MVP.
MVP of the World Cup.
He didn't get the championship, but man, Connor McDavid was awesome. Good. I'm glad it's over. I'm glad. It was the World Cup for me was nothing more than like a diversion before football season starts.
Right. That's really what it is. Because what is it next week? Everybody, it's a week later this year too, with teams reporting. It feels like.
I think the rookies, first-year rookies come in for the Broncos at the end of this week. No, I believe so.
They probably do. Yeah, because the 31st is when the training camp starts.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was exciting overall. I think the World Cup, what it wanted to accomplish, let's say, at least creating popularity in the United States, I think it did. They had some pretty high drama. Yesterday, some people might have thought the game was boring with the lack of scoring. I don't know if it was boring. It was just kind of, if you're cheering for Argentina, that just had to be maddening. Right. Watching them just play defense and do nothing offensively.
That part had to be. There were some shots on goal that, like you said, the Argentinian goalie was unbelievable, and you kept thinking Spain, that could have easily been a 4-0 game, something of that nature. So I don't know though. I don't will it really increase the popularity of soccer in? It always seems to matriculate down to the younger generation, and more kids will play soccer or whatever. But I don't know that. I think people dug it. People dug the World Cup. They dug the event more than I think. And I could be wrong, and you could hit us up. But I feel like they dug the whole event, the whole kind of concept of World Cup, more than they just were enamored by the product. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because it was an event. It was exciting. Everybody was watching it. 303-713-1043. Hit us up on the Ramaslot.com text line. Did this change? Do you like soccer more now? Will you be more engaged in soccer based on the World Cup?
A couple of my buddies, one of them works for the Seahawks, and a bunch of them live in Seattle. And so they went to, the World Cup game in Seattle there when USA beat – who did they beat in Seattle? Belgium. I think it was.
I think they lost to Belgium.
Oh, did they?
They played there though.
Okay,
right?
Yeah, but they played whatever. They played in Seattle, and he just said the atmosphere, the excitement. He just was like it was just unreal, and people got caught up into that. I don't know how much of that makes you a soccer fan. I mean, are you like checking into Premier League after now? Like you're like, oh man, I gotta watch me some soccer. I don't know. But it was a cool event.
Team? That's my thing is, when the Broncos win the Super Bowl, you tune in next season for the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
But, if the World Cup got you excited, premier. Who's your team now?
Right.
It could like who would
you adopt a team, like you follow a team Premier League wise. I don't. There's so many other soccer leagues too. So I don't know. But again, I'm not going to diminish the fact that people got excited, and like I said, I was in the Spokane airport, and it was really going through security and stuff was empty, but once you got inside security, people were huddled around the one bar that has TVs in there, and everybody's standing in the hallways or the aisleways there. So that part was kind of cool. I just hunkered down in a coffee shop that I could see the TV right across from the thing, and had some coffee and did some other stuff while I was watching the game.
Getting after it.
I didn't really watch it like I watched it with, scrolling on Twitter and doing stuff with my podcast, and then I was working on some other stuff football wise that had my notebook out. But so anyhow, it was good though. It
was good. And Hunter Goodman, real quick, 3 home runs yesterday in a losing effort.
Yeah, unbelievable. I will say this about the Rockies, and you can say what you want, and the worst team. Some of my guys were giving me grief about the Rockies while I was at Vandal Weekend, but they're entertaining, man. They've got some good young, like Goodman. They've got some good young players that are fun to watch, right?
Great young man.
There's never a boring or dull kind of at bat, and those guys play hard. They run the bases hard. They give great effort. So I will say that they're a fun team to follow, and you feel like they have started to create a foundation that you can kind of glom onto, and have some guys that you can root for long term. So at least that's what it felt like to me the other night when I went down there, and then watching some of the highlights coming back from Spokane, Washington. So it was cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Just hopefully they stay exciting the rest of the way. Mark, when we were on together last Thursday, you mentioned something to me very interesting about one of the most hyped up position groups of this Broncos team. Mark's going to tell me what that is. We're going to do all that next.
Jalen Waddle's here. Davis Webb's calling plays. The defense that reached the AFC Championship is back. But the number one storyline at Broncos training camp starts and ends with Bo Nix's ankle.
Are you positive that ankle's broken?
Is he fully healthy? And what does that mean for Denver's Super Bowl hopes? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Bluebird Windows and Doors, the only local window company that offers a lifetime warranty on labor from the initial consultation to your buying experience to the day of the install. And for as long as you live in the house, Bluebird is with you, working as partners on your home project. It's the kind of commitment that has made Bluebird such a local, family-owned success for 20 years now. And for all of July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% off your window, door, and siding projects. Mention my name, get an additional 5% off. Financing is available. Go to gobluebirdco.com and make today a Bluebird Day.
Welcome to Whatever Bank, where we do our best and you do the rest.
Hi, what kind of relationship benefits do you offer?
Relationship benefits? That usually kicks in when you have more zeros in your account. But I like to think our coffee in the lobby is pretty decent.
You don't have to bank like that. Make the switch to KeyBank and earn real benefits by making 5 qualifying transactions each month with your KeyBank checking account.
I was going to do that anyway.
Learn more at key.com/relationship. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
Cecil Lammy here from my friends SodaDietAndNutrition.com. They've got a big summer offer. You can get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention this station, 104.3 The Fan. 866-800-SODA. Mention this station to get 4 weeks free. Their big summer offer going on right now. It's Soda, Diet, and Nutrition. I want you to call up 866-800-SODA. Listen, 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And having those tools is amazing for your weight loss journey, because it's about knowing what you need every single day, and then having your own nutritionist, a personalized nutritionist with a personalized plan for you, the dynamic diet for you, custom built for you, so that you can lose weight and you can keep it off. And that's the main thing. 5 years have gone by and those 60 pounds are not coming back. They'll never come back, because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, all thanks to Soda. SodaDietNutrition.com. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
In Colorado, relationships matter. That's why professional contractors across the Front Range choose Western Pacific for doors and millwork. For 35 years, this family-owned, locally operated supplier has delivered quality products, next-day delivery, and quick will-call service that keeps builders on schedule. From new construction to remodels, their experienced team is committed to helping contractors succeed. Visit GoWestPack.com. Western Pacific, local ownership, professional expertise built for Colorado contractors.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see it. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's July. The days are long. The light hangs around. Time to be outside, moving, playing, living, and you're sitting it out. Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about getting that life back because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in that cycle of pain in their hips, knees, shoulders, and back, they're finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right in their office. No surgery, long recovery, or putting life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases and the pain lets go. We hear it all the time, not just from patients, but from the people around them. He's back. She's herself again. So if this sounds like you or someone you love, go find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a candidate. Call 303-900-8986, 303-900-8986, with locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and the Springs. It's QC Kinetics.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Listener appreciation.
Our RamosLaw.com texters always answer the bell.
Mentorship.
You can't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
Yeah. And words of wisdom.
Don't let my confidence offend your insecurity.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis sitting in for Mike Evans and Brandon Stokley. I think they're both back tomorrow. Stoke at least is. Mike, is it the Treehouse gang? Is that who he's going to see?
Yeah, that's. I think he's. I think he's back in town. He just needs a day to recoup.
Yeah,
or some nonsense like that. Some nonsense. It's just nonsense. Both of them nonsense.
Just complete nonsense. So, Mark, you and I were talking last week about the trenches with the Broncos, which in many people's eyes is the strength of the team, the offensive line, defensive line. However, the offensive line is praised as they are. Garrett Bowles, Quinn Miners, they always end up in these lists of the top at their position. You feel, well, is there areas, that's the way I'll frame it, is there areas this offensive line can still improve?
Yeah, I think a lot of offensive line play really comes down to how you call plays and if you put an O-line in a position to have success. Because I don't care how good, and Garrett Bowles is unbelievable, like athleticism, his ability to stay in front of people, he's unreal. He's great at that stuff. But if you put a guy in a position to fail, meaning you throw the ball way too much, you throw way too many, 5-step drops with a bunch of hitches without some play action stuff, you're not running the ball, there's no O-line in football that will hold up in that scenario. So it becomes incumbent upon your offensive play caller to give your guys opportunities to be aggressive, to give your guys opportunities to run the ball, to stay to stay true to that formula so that your play action does hit harder, so your play action does get reaction from the defensive line. Because if you're just in a position where they don't respect your play action game because you really haven't run the ball, well, then your play action game doesn't do anything for you, right? It doesn't suck up the second level defenders. It doesn't take the pass rushers out of pass rushing. They'll and you hear them say it all the time. Hey, we're just going to rush. We're just going to play the run on the way to the quarterback. Because if you're in that situation, that's what happens. So a lot of that comes down to play calling efficiency. The other thing that I always talk about, and I talk with Davis Webb about this in our little bit of time together that we had on the practice field, one of the issues that you get into is, the menu or the volume of your run game. You've got to become an expert at something. And that was something that I always bothered. It's just always, like, Sean and I are good friends, but like it bothers me about Sean's style is I'm gonna run everything in this game plan. So you'll walk through a Sunday as I'm breaking down, doing a Telestrator Tuesday, breaking down their run game, and I'll have 9 distinct different concepts that they ran in the running game on a Sunday. Well, with defensive rotation and nickel, situations, and sometimes you're in base, sometimes you're in a 5-man front, sometimes you're in a 4-man front, sometimes you're in nickel, sometimes they're playing dime. So you become watered down. And I'm a believer in let's simple this thing down, have 4 concepts, and maybe a concept or 2 that we put in specifically game plan specific, right? Scheme specific. But we've got 4 things that we're just an expert on. So we don't have to use 2 plays feeling that out because we're running something we haven't run very much. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it becomes like I always kind of liken it to going to cheesecake with that damn menu at Cheesecake Factory.
That's what the menu looks like, or the play call sheet looks like.
Right. It drives me crazy. Like my wife, anytime she goes, "Let's go to Cheesecake Factory," I'm like, "Ugh." But I know one thing I like on that menu. I mean, there's many things I like on the menu, but there's one thing that I know is always good, and so every time I go to Cheesecake Factory, I only order one thing. Because I know it's there.
Yeah,
right?
and you don't want to overwhelm. To me, it's overwhelming, all the options Sean has on there, and it's probably overwhelming to the players. I've always felt, and anybody that hears me on here probably hate me saying it, I always felt the Patriots were, in their big run, their 2-decade run, were great about that. Finding out, this is what we're doing this week. We're going to do these little things. Maybe it's LeGarrette Blount today. Maybe next week it's Dion Lewis.
Right.
But they found what worked for that game specifically from the run game, and they would just stick with that.
Yeah.
And then next week, if they had to switch it up, they would.
Right. I just think there's value to that is, hey, man, this is what we're going to run. It's going to be game plan specific, but we're only running, we're running duo and we're running power, and then we're going to run our play action, our pull the guard play action stuff off of duo and power and all. And that's, and Bill Belichick wasn't a zone guy. He's a gap downhill, But again, it comes down to, and this again is a play calling issue with me, is that you have to give the guys up front the opportunity to be great. And to do that, and this is just from personal experience, what works is majoring in one or two concepts. Like, this is what we do, and now we can do it against any defensive front, because you know how it works in today's game, man. There are so many different defensive fronts and personnel groups, and they're shuffling guys in and out all the time. And that's one of those issues that every time they do that, you got to re-identify mics, and you got to figure out what you're doing. And if you run in only two plays, but you get it against two different defenses that maybe you really weren't prepared for, in those two plays, and then you scrap pile that run and you move to the next one, like, how do you ever become really efficient at running those things? So that would just be my takeaway on how things get done. And that's, it's not just a Bronco thing. That's endemic to me of the way the league operates. Is let's just nose around and figure out a play that works today, and then we'll hang our hat on that. And I just hate that. I think that's a lazy way of doing things.
Well, yeah, you were here with the Shanahan-Kubiak system, which everybody knew what they were going to do.
Right.
And they went out there and they'd score on the first drive every single game. The whole team knew everything that was coming, but to that point, they knew what they were going to do. They got the guys to help them execute it. And Gary took that to Houston, and he ran the ball well there too.
Right.
So.
Well, Arian Foster was like unbelievable at that time, and they were a really good team for a lot of years in Houston. And you look at the teams, you look at what Seattle does, you look at what the Rams. The Rams have morphed out of the wide zone game, a little bit more gap stuff and a little bit more tight zone stuff. But it just, like, the Rams are they're a case study, because when you think of Rams, you think of Stafford, you think of Puka Nacua, you think of, Devontae Adams, you think of their passing game. And, they were the number one team in football as far as lining up under center and the way they run the ball. So you just don't think of them that way, but that's really like the cornerstone foundational piece to Sean McVay. And then then he's brilliant in getting edges and creating space and passing game off all the stuff they run. So yeah, that's part of it. And I think that's one of the things that Davis Webb and I had talked about. Like, we spent 5 minutes together, just kind of hashing out philosophical approach. And I think that's one thing that he was very adamant. My takeaway was, I need to, find our core 5 things that we do and do them exceptionally well.
I think that's exciting for Broncos fans to hear that, because more reliability out of the offense and the offensive play calling. So no, the O-line, while it's considered a strength, as we saw with the run game, there's ways they can improve. The Nuggets' estimated win total is out, and Mark, I don't know if you were asking for it, but the NHL is giving us even more next year. We'll get into all of that next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Smart Union Local 9. Are you an experienced sheet metal worker looking for more than just a job, ready for a career? At Smart Local 9, we offer strong, reliable, family-supporting wages, employer-paid health care with no out-of-pocket premiums, and a dependable retirement with both pension and 401k, so you can retire with dignity. Learn more at smw9.com. Experience the strength of collective bargaining with Smart Local 9 Sheet Metal Workers Union. Visit smw9.com. Smart Local 9, where pride meets your future. You know, I've been endorsing Advanced Tax Solutions for almost a decade because I trust them to do their absolute best when it comes to helping people get out of jams with the IRS and back into the system. I've talked directly to clients of Advanced Tax Solutions. I've heard the stories over and over of people who say thousands and thousands of dollars in resolutions negotiated by Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd Whalen's my guy. He's the founder, over 30 years experience working with, negotiating with, and if necessary, battling with the IRS. Key distinction, Todd isn't someone who just does your taxes. No. He's a specialist who knows all the ins and outs of helping people who have fallen behind on their taxes. Did you know the IRS has 7 different programs to fix a tax problem, and 5 of them include not having to fully pay the IRS? 5 of 7. So learn your options. Always talk with Advanced Tax Solutions before you call the IRS. You may find yourself with an unnecessary deadline if you call the IRS first. Instead, call Advanced Tax Solutions, 303-753-6040, and at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Colorado's 150th birthday. What do you even get the state that has everything? Wildflowers, sunshine, 4 seasons in a single day? Seems like that's covered. How about the new 150th birthday scratch game from the Colorado Lottery? It's loaded with $150 prizes for you and helps give back to Colorado's great outdoors. Happy birthday, old buddy. Don't remember you celebrating my birthday, but I guess you're the big shot here. New 150th birthday scratch. Must be 18 to play.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We can't stop time, but we can make your day more efficient. And we can help you get fit and stay fit.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this, no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play, get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Invest in your health and happiness with Fitness Gallery. Visit one of our 7 store locations for a free home gym layout and design today.
Men, erectile dysfunction can affect much more than just your sex life. It can create stress in relationships, leading to feelings of anxiety or embarrassment, and impact your overall confidence and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and we specialize in treating men's sexual health issues to help men find solutions that fit their individual needs. ED is a frustrating condition, and many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. But the good news is that if you're like most men, we have the answer. Our licensed medical providers will evaluate your specific medical situation and recommend a plan designed for you. And these advanced medical therapies work, with treatments having success rates of well over 90%, which means you and the one you love can have great sex again without the fear and worry of ED. You can even last up to an hour or more, and you may just find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly near and far without any glasses thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at ColoradoRLE.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. ColoradoRLE.com.
Your logistics business moves fast. Is your team keeping up? Express Employment Professionals connects you with qualified talent at ExpressPros.com. Express, respecting people, impacting business.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11. 1. This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
John Davis sitting in for Mike Evans and Brandon Stokley today. We're going to get to some Nuggets and Avs. But first, our training camp T-shirts are back today from noon to 1 p.m. It's the giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 T-shirts. Today, from noon to 1 p.m., we'll be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant located at 1150 East Bridge Street in Brighton. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. They do go quick. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. So, Mark, the Denver Nuggets, the win prediction, the odds makers have the Nuggets at...
Let me guess.
Oh, you don't know it?
I don't know it.
Okay, guess.
I don't know it. I've been out in the middle of nowhere for the whole weekend.
Watching soccer.
Win predictions. What did they win last year? Like 54? Something like that?
Right around there. I think it was less than that. But you're in the ballpark.
I'm going to go 48.
48?
Yeah.
Not bad. They got him at 50.
50.
So that's right around, hovering around the same area.
Yeah.
Injuries or injury luck can spin that a few different ways. It's kind of interesting because that's solid. That's probably going to get them right in that 3 or 4 range in the West, which means you're in the discussion.
That's good.
And this kind of goes with the Avalanche too, because of the shortcomings in the playoffs. And I think with the Nuggets specifically, the visual was so stunning.
It was
with how bad they went out.
It was so bad, and the lack of, the perceived lack of toughness, of fight, of responding to criticism from the other team. Just the overall softness is, I think, like my main takeaway going into this season is what's going to change. All right, so if you want to run it back, that's great. What is going to change from a health perspective? Okay, Aaron Gordon's like we're bringing in a different training staff or a different regime or a different like thought process to keeping guys healthy or whatever it is. But those are the two things. Like, what makes you all think all of a sudden after 2 years of injury, and we all talked about Aaron Gordon being the linchpin kind of player for this organization to do things in the playoffs and come away with a championship. What makes you think that's going to change? And then the other thing is, what's going to make you think that all of a sudden we're going to run it back, but we're going to have a tougher demeanor? We're going to be able to answer that bell. If somebody punks us, we're going to have an answer for that. Like, what makes me think that that's going to happen?
There's no evidence of that really being the case. There's nothing to look at because we actually have a few seasons of that, of the Nuggets in the postseason, other teams kind of walking them down, specifically the Minnesota Timberwolves. And to your point, too, when a guy in Jaden McDaniels who knows you well, has played against you a lot, just sits there and says, we're not scared of these guys, and goes name by name. And is basically saying, no, he sucks, he sucks, he sucks.
John, I'm going to tell you right now, in all my years of playing professional sports and all my years of covering professional sports, I have never – now, I've seen a guy like Aqib Talib call out, whoever. He don't make no
Roddy
plays.
White.
Yeah, he don't make no plays. He don't like da-da-da-da. And when I see him, we got the same agent. When I see him, in the streets in Atlanta, I'm going to beat his ass, right? Individually, I've seen a beef between two players that goes viral, the comments do. I have never in all my time seen a dude that just comes out and basically goes player for player on a roster, down the entirety of the roster, calling them garbage.
By himself.
Yeah.
He's kind of like, all of you come after me.
Yeah.
and then he walked them down.
And then nobody responded. Like, did you guys not have my question is, like, for David Adelman, did you guys not have a meeting and say, hey, listen, man, like, absolutely, like, unacceptable. Right. And this is we're gonna get a T.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Just take like.
I need that. What's the girl's name? Sophie Cunningham. I need her on our team, right? Because she's going to go dispense a little justice and show not one person responded. I guarantee you how Mike Shanahan would have handled that is we'd have been in that team meeting room. He'd have played that, like several different clips of that, and then he would have said, not bounties or anything, but said, listen, guys, don't get yourself thrown out of this game, right? But a personal foul, we'll accept that.
This guy doesn't score in the first quarter.
Yeah,
tonight.
Well, a personal foul, we're going to accept that. Like, hey man, we're going to take a technical on this dude, and do it within the context of the game. Do it. Don't do it where where TV timeout, or don't do it when the play is over. In the context of the game, we are going to attack, and we would have attacked that dude. Like if that was a DB, we would have attacked him in the run game. We'd have singled him up, and got a fullback or a guard on him. We'd have done something to make that dude's life miserable. Just to let you know that you can't say that about our team. And that's what, that was the most disappointing aspect for me of this last Nuggets season. Is Jade McDaniels is allowed to say that, and nobody had a response.
Nobody had. I remember a few years ago, Dylan Brooks said something bad about LeBron, and then LeBron just smoked him for 3 straight games. And Dylan Brooks is a tough player. Mm-hmm. He's a defender. He likes to run his mouth. But LeBron was like, no.
Right.
You don't get to do that about me. And it was visually stunning. And not only that, the Timberwolves were able to say, we'll do it with any mix of our players.
Right.
It doesn't matter who we put out there.
We'll put a guy off the bench, and he'll score 42 on you. It just was it was stunning, and it was just incredibly disheartening, disappointing. Any diss word you want to put on there, that it will probably suffice. But that was the Nuggets. So, again, I roll into this season right now with what they've done, or the lack of things that they have done, and I sit and think, why? Why would I be excited about this year?
Right. The 50 games, the projection, it's kind of irrelevant because we know they're getting to the postseason, and when they get to the postseason, I think that's everybody's. And the Avalanche, I think, fall into this too. It's one of those we know you're getting to the postseason. Do you come on in the postseason and let everybody know you've arrived? And we just don't have evidence to think that that's going to happen. And Aaron Gordon can't be the one guy to where it's like, oh, we have more tough now.
Yeah.
Like our big brother showed up, so now we can run our mouth and talk. No, you should have been able to do that whether he was there or not. And that's just a whole cultural thing. And when Josh Kroenke's like, I'm the chief culture officer, or whatever he said of himself.
And your culture failed. Like Josh Kroenke, when it comes to the, when it comes to the Nuggets, your culture failed. Because that just can't. Those are things that, and I'm not opining for violence or any, but yes, I am. To a degree, that dude needs to go up for a layup and get hacked and rammed into the freaking goal stanchion. Those are the things that you think about, like a good, hardcore, tough, nasty foul that draws, a technical. Those are the things that need to happen when somebody runs their mouth like that.
And maybe we can see it during the season. It's just not enough changed for the Nuggets to where it's going to have to be a belief through 82 games, and then it's going to have to be a belief into the postseason. So 50 wins, that's great. Let's see something change. Look, the 2015 Broncos personal fouled their way to a Super Bowl on defense. Nothing dirty, just tough. Just Malik Jackson once a game, let him know I'm here, and that made the opposing team just say, I don't want to do this anymore. So there's a way for the Nuggets to do it. They just got to toughen up. The Broncos defense, down the stretch last year, they struggled. Is that a reason for concern, or am I just panicking too much? Mark will let me know. We'll do that next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Denver Deck Builders wants to build you a 50-year deck that is your ultimate outdoor living space where you will want to spend most of your time making memories with families and friends. Denver Deck Builders has been doing all of that for families for over 12 years now, making them the #1 deck builder in Colorado. Terrific design team, only the best materials like Trex, expertly led install crews that always deliver to meet their high standards. Whether it's building you a new deck, repairing or replacing the one you have now, or transforming that lonely concrete slab you have coming out of your walkout basement, Denver Deck Builders works with you to build your dream outdoor living space. Composite decks, multi-level decks, patio roofs, new rooms below it, pergolas, deck lighting, outdoor kitchens, and more. Denver Deck Builders is a 3-generation success story with guiding principles built around doing the right thing, especially when no one is watching. Knowing that anyone can do it fast, not everyone can do it right, and knowing ultimately at the end of the day the customer decides whether we got it right. Denver Deck Builders, go to ddbonthefan.com. That's ddbonthefan.com.
Over his Hall of Fame career, Terrell Davis racked up impressive numbers. 65 touchdowns, 2 championships, almost 8,000 rushing.
That's why I bank at Colorado Credit Union.
That's a weird segue.
Colorado Credit Union treats me like a person, not a number.
With personal service, great rates, and smart financial advice.
And those are just 3 great perks.
We can stop with the numbers now.
You don't have to be a legend to bank like one at Colorado Credit Union. Visit ccu.org. Terms and restrictions apply. Federally insured by the NCUA.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. The most intelligent Wi-Fi? Well, it's Wi-Fi that can actually heal itself when there's a problem. The most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home. Wi-Fi in every corner of your home, side to side, top to bottom. Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. Wi-Fi built for speed, powered by fiber. Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home work together seamlessly. Lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Price lock guaranteed for 5 years. Same price, no contracts, no commitments. Everything you need included. Data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. Imagine that. It's only from my friends at Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Kwiat Diamonds, a legacy of brilliance since 1907.
We're proud at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood to have been chosen as Colorado's exclusive Kwiat diamond jeweler.
From Kwiat's Mine to Shine diamond, the natural diamond cut, polished, and designed just for you.
To Kwiat's red carpet collections of designer jewelry, including American Beauty, Lyric, and Kwiat Star. They're all here.
Kwiat diamond rings and diamond studs, Kwiat diamond bracelets, and Riviera necklaces have long been the toast of Fifth Avenue.
Because Kwiat's whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamonds cut to the world's highest standards.
I'm Dylan Williams. Shayna and I invite you to come experience the breathtaking beauty of Kwiat diamond jewelry for yourself.
Or the one you love.
For the American beauty in your life.
At Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hi, this is Larry Jager with SCL Mortgage. We can offer you the best loan program at the best rate available. Whether you are purchasing, refinancing, or interested in a second mortgage, visit myspecialmortgage.com or call 303-790-2222 and MLS number 1200716.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX.
Smalls here, if you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We're getting ready for the Denver Broncos to begin training camp, which means preseason, and shortly after that is going to be the regular season. Mark, a lot of people are constantly high on the Broncos defense. They believe that's something that they can rely on, that they can count on. The pass rush is elite. John Gruden, a guy that you know, was actually speaking last week on the Broncos pass rush. Here's what he had to say.
131 sacks in the last 2 seasons by the Denver Broncos. Nobody else in the NFL has over 100. They got edge pressure from Benito and Cooper. They got inside pressure from Roach and Zach Allen. They got pressure because of these blitzes. Good God, they come from everywhere. And they got pressure because of sheer effort, man. Second effort production. A lot of guys get blocked and they're like, I'm blocked. Or I'm getting double teamed. Ask Zach Allen about that. These guys are relentless ass kickers, and I love watching them play defense. And these 68 sacks, it doesn't just come from Benito. It doesn't just come from Zach Allen. It comes from a community, like a colony of ants. Man, they got 17 different guys on their team that recorded at least a half a sack. You ever see a piece of food on the ground, the ants just swarm all over it? That's like playing Denver. Hell, they got 4 guys last year with over 7 sacks. I mean, Benito had 14, Cooper had 8, John Franklin Myers had 7.5, and Zach Allen had 7. And then you turn on the film, there's 2 or 3 other guys, you're like, holy who are they? They do an excellent job blitzing and playing multiple coverages from all over the place.
I wish John Gruden could put some more energy in when he talks. Right there, a little more excitement to get us all ready to go. But he speaks right there, John Gruden. He's talking mainly about the Broncos pass rush, which is elite.
Sure.
If it's not best in the league, it's top. Down the stretch, though, last year, Mark, teams seem to find a way to, Marcus Mariota is getting rid of the ball quickly. They found a way to kind of counter scheme against the Broncos pass rush. The defense overall was less effective down the stretch. Is that something that's maybe a blueprint out there, especially as we head into these first 6 games, which has Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, what's the Jacksonville head coach? I'm forgetting his name.
Liam Cohen.
Liam Cohen. They all do a really good job. So is there reason to be concerned about who the Broncos are going against and how the defense finished last year, or can we expect them to bounce back?
No, I think they'll be great, especially early in the season, because they're going to be fresh. One of the big issues, and I always go back to this, doing games for Fox, I get these statistical breakdowns every week. And through 3 quarters of the season, the Broncos were the number 1 team in the number of 3-and-outs that they had on offense. And you don't want to be – that's one category where you don't want to be number 1. You want to be number 32 on that, right? You want to drive the ball. And so the attrition that is playing defense, like you lead the league in 3 and outs, you're going to put a lot of stress on your defense. So early when they're fresh, that's not the problem. It's later on in the season when you've been battling, and you've played a bunch of games, and then your offense hasn't been efficient in those situations where you've had a bunch of 3-and-out drives. That's a problem. They cleaned it up toward the end of the season. They were much better as an offense toward the end of the season. But I think that takes its toll overall on a defense. But I will say this. That's exactly how John Gruden talks, whether a camera is on or whether a camera is not on. So, literally, I'm sitting in his office, and we're going over film, and we're watching Alabama's offense. And he'll just stop in the middle of it because something pops in his head. He goes, and he'll be like, Schlereth, let me ask you a question. I'm looking around for cameras. He goes, this blitz became popular. We used to call it bombers. You'd be like, oh, shoot, what are we doing? And then he'd be up on the grease board all of a sudden, simulated pressure is real pressure. It's not fake pressure. It's still pressure, even though they're only bringing 4. But to his point, that's exactly what Vance Joseph creates. Where can I bring guys that you haven't accounted for? How can I identify your protection, identify who you're picking up, and then bring a whole nother cast of characters that aren't a part of what you're doing?
It's mind-boggling.
That's what he does exceptionally. That's where you'll see, McMillan have 2 or 3 sacks and a couple of tackles for losses, and then
Thank
all of a
God
sudden
we've got the little guy.
Hufunga with 4 or 5, 4 sacks, and then you'll see you'll see a bunch of those guys. So when you get into the Broncos, and he made this point, 17 different guys with sacks, you'll see Benito will lead the pack with his 15 or whatever, but then you'll have 3 or 4 guys that are nestled up against 10, and then you'll have a bunch of guys that are nestled up against 5, and the next thing you know, you look at it, and you got 68 total sacks, and they're coming from all over the place. The other thing that they're just creating confusion, so quarterbacks are holding the ball, and this is one of the reasons I fully expect the Broncos to double their turnover production from last year at 14 to closer to 28, is because if this offense is productive and this offense doesn't lead the league for 3/4 of the season in 3-and-outs, then all of a sudden you're going to be forced to not only, hey, possess the ball, be careful about the blitz, maybe take a sack, then it'll be like, hey, we're down by 10. You got to push this ball out. Got to get it out. And that's where the big turnovers will come. So, to answer your question, am I concerned? No. And the reason I'm not really concerned is I really believe that this offense is going to be far better this year than it was a year ago.
Yeah, complementary football is what's been missing really since 2014 with the Denver Broncos. So if they can finally balance that out, then that maybe gets them over the hump. Bo Nix, what does he need to do to pass the eye test next season? Stink and I get into that next.
4 straight 50-win seasons. A quiet offseason that's drawing bottom-of-the-league grades, and yet Vegas still has the Nuggets over-under at 49.5 wins. So is Jokic enough to keep Denver in the conversation while the rest of the West gets better? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Kenny here to help you ignite your taste buds
with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Juicy cherry, citrus lime, and blue raspberry. It's that iconic freezer pop flavor, but with none of the guilty sugar aftermath. The perfect summer kick. It's a delicious, portable, zero-sugar energy shot bursting with flavor. Bring on summer with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Summer hailstorms bring in the 3-ring front porch roofing circus.
In ring 1, there's We're Doing Bob's Roof Down the Street.
And in ring 2, there's We Will Cover Your Deductible.
And in ring 3, What Do I Need to Do to Get You to Sign Today?
Send those clowns to the curb.
Don't turn your home into a circus. Call the pros, Denver Roof Pros.
Check us out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Welcome to Whatever Bank, where we succeed in doing the bare minimum.
Yeah, hi. I normally get paid on Fridays. Is there any way I can get my direct deposit sooner?
Oh, you're serious?
You don't have to bank like that. Make the switch to KeyBank and get access to eligible direct deposits up to 2 business days early with Early Pay.
So it is possible.
Learn more at key.com/earlypay. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me in an oh really right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The Boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
John Davis sitting in today for Mike Evans and Brandon Stokley with Mark Schlereth. Mark, fresh back from Spokane, made it in here. Unlike the other two, Mark, but you're a pro, so you were able to get in here today. Yeah. There was never going to be a question. There was never going to be a question. Kind of a big deal. Mark, while you were in Spokane, I don't know if you saw Bill Barnwell put out an article on ESPN where he gave draft compensation valuations to the top players on every team and what it would take to trade for them. Now it's kind of doesn't live in reality because Josh Allen is 7 first-round picks, which nobody could even make that trade. Bo Nix got 1 first-round pick and then some, so like a first and a second is the valuation he put on him. Drake May was 6 first-round picks. So he has Drake May as 5 first-round picks better than Bo Nix. First of all, is Drake May 5 first-round picks better than Bo Nix? Not remotely. Yeah, I mean that's
stupid.
It is stupid. Thank you, Joel. It is dumb. Now I will say that Drake May had a phenomenal year, right? Through the crap out of the deep ball. He was really good on that. But having done several New England games last year and working through kind of progressions and studying him on film, there wasn't like he was a real half the field front side takeoff. And one of the things I asked Josh McDaniels was like, am I seeing this correctly, or am I educate me here? Because what I see on a consistent basis is like front side 1 to 2 to take off and run if that's not open. And he's like, yes, you're 100%. We're trying to get him from 1 to 2 to check down. Like instead of putting yourself in harm's way, go 1 to 2 to check down, and start like using that as as your get out of jail free card, as opposed to scrambling around up the middle. Because early in the season he was scrambling a lot, and I think he was taking a lot of sacks early in the season, if I remember correctly. And so he was, yeah. And so that was kind of an issue early, and he certainly progressed, but there's a hype train. He went to the Super Bowl, and he was second in MVP voting to Matthew Stafford. So all that stuff plays into the evaluation there. But to sit there and say he's worth 6 more first round, that's insanity. When they ended up in the same spot, Bo just got hurt, but they played in the AFC Championship. So with that, is it a case of Bo's just as successful from a team, because it's not – you don't go further because your quarterback won more games. You go further because your team wins the games. Correct. Bo, to me, his skill set is he avoids disaster and he's clutch. And those are 2 things that can't really be taught. They're innate within a guy. They just don't look as pretty as throwing 4 touchdowns a game. Right. So with Bo, is this difference that Bill Barnwell's putting between him and Drake May? And Drake May is a really good quarterback. Is it just because it doesn't look as beautiful as we like with Bo Nix? It's just not the highlights. It's not the eye test people feel comfortable with going forward when predicting a quarterback's success. Yeah, I think there's also that aspect of Drake May was the 2nd or 3rd overall pick? I think the 3rd overall pick, third. Right? And so, there is that pre-draft evaluation where a lot of people came out and say, hey, Bo Nix is a 2nd rounder. But because of the way the draft works and because of the popularity of quarterbacks and the importance of quarterbacks to the league, he's a 2nd round pick that gets pushed up to 12 overall. And so there is that aspect of as well of, we really didn't look at him as a guy that had value. And if you look at the quarterback, if you look at the guys that right now or in that draft class alone. I'm sure that if you looked at Jaden Daniels, he'd be, 3 or 4 first picks, and if you looked at, now if you looked at Penix and if you looked at J.J. McCarthy, they would probably be below Bo Nix.
Oh, yeah.
But again, the top 3 guys drafted, they're all going to have ridiculous compensation.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels is 3 first-round picks or more.
What was Caleb?
Caleb is probably that. I bet he's 4. Let's look at Caleb Williams. That's got to be 4. It's going to be 10. It's going to be more than everybody. It's going to be more than Josh Allen.
Right, yeah. It's just like, the potential.
4 first-round picks for Caleb Williams. And that's what's interesting. So with Bo Nix, is this fair? So he's not 6 first-round picks worse than Drake May, and I don't think he's 2 to 3 first-round picks worse than Caleb Williams.
Certainly not.
And this type of stuff doesn't win you games. So getting caught up in this type of stuff doesn't win you games. But to pass the eye test, what does Bo Nix need to do to where maybe people stop worrying about the pre-draft evaluation and the highlight reels compared to these other 2 guys? What does Bo need to do to get that respect better as a quarterback?
I think obviously there's a couple of things for me and this comes down to more offensive efficiency. I think this offense needs to be efficient, and you can't play the Tennessee Titans, who are awful and in transition. They are. You can't play them to a tight game through the fourth quarter
and turn the ball over.
Right.
Yeah.
So those things, they just have to look better. I think more for Bo, it becomes what does this offense operate? How does it operate? Do you possess the ball? Do you come right out off of the opening kickoff at halftime and in the first quarter, and you put a drive together? Do you score points? All those things are going to become incumbent on Bo. And I think the other thing is, do you feel, and I use this word all the time, less frenetic in the pocket, so you become more efficient in those situations? Now, part of the thing that never gets talked about with the Broncos is there is this almost, I guess, negative kind of opinion of Bo simply because, they've got the best O-line. That's always a narrative out there. And, their defense is phenomenal. And so it's almost as though Bo gets carried along the way, and he doesn't get any of the credit, but he receives all the blame when it comes to national writers. And so I just think it's got to be, the offense has just got to be far more efficient looking. And Bo's numbers, and Bo will take care of Bo things. I think the other thing is, when you really look at almost no tight end production, noteworthy production, splash plays, big plays, it's all check down. No real big time threat over the top from a receiver standpoint that can do it all. I know they got guys that can run. Mims has made some big catches over the top and all that stuff, but that are consistent kind of problems for a defense. Like, you don't go into a game as a defensive coordinator going, man, how are we going to stop Mims over the top? Nobody said, there's not one person who's ever said that. It's about limiting Cortland Sutton and, limiting their run game and forcing Bo to play from the pocket. That's really what the conversation is. And it's hard to really beat people in the pocket if you don't have guys that are beating people, at the receiving corps.
Yeah, that's right. He gets dinged for the good defense and the good O-line, but then everybody turns away at the playmakers, the lack of playmakers.
Right, yeah.
For him. He doesn't get any grace on that, but he gets carried by everybody else. So third down's hard. I've always felt third down's hard when the other team knows it's not going to the tight end. When they absolutely know they're not throwing to the tight end here.
Right.
That makes it hard on Cortland. That makes it hard on everybody else. So with Bo, there's some things that can change there with how they do things, play calling and teams, that might get him more respect compared to these other 2 guys. So we'll see with that going forward. I think Bo can do it. But the Broncos roster as a whole, it was ranked very high by ESPN, but the Broncos fall in the odds to win behind the Chiefs and the Chargers. Why the disconnect? Mark and I will get into that next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Well, if this is the summer, you want to be sharper at work, be stronger in the gym, feel more energy and confidence, be better in the bedroom. See what Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can do for you. They are experts at treating men's health issues using their advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, GLP-1, PDA, and more. They'll help you treat low T and other hormonal issues, allowing you to check all those summer to-do boxes, shed pounds, enhance your body composition, improve your sleep, increase your sex drive. Doesn't matter your age, older or younger. I've worked with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for years, seen what they can do with the science, but also how professional and compassionate they are. Experienced all this myself when they treated my low T just a couple of years ago. So schedule a consult, just $99. Meet with a Colorado licensed medical provider. Start low T treatment that day. Your office visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Feature therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Trucking companies and their insurers have teams of lawyers ready to protect their bottom line the moment an accident happens. I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been going toe-to-toe with them on behalf of seriously injured victims in Colorado. We know how to investigate these cases, build them, and win them, and we won't stop fighting until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you've been seriously injured in a trucking accident, call us today. The Wilhite Law Firm, 303-GOOD-LAW, or visit wilhitewins.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget, because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Philip Lindsay here. Summer is about hikes, golf, family adventures, and more. But if degenerative joints or old high school sports injuries are slowing you down, Regen RX can help you out with that. Get 50% off your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. This non-invasive treatment helps stimulate healing and reduce chronic pain with no surgery and no downtime. Plus, ask about their stem cell or PRP options. Book your free consultation today. Give them a call at 303-630-9770 or visit them online at regenrx.co. Again, that's regenrx.co.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CASH to borrow up to $10,000.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Vantage Security Systems. Invest in real security for your home or business.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at DenverSports 1043 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. Sharp criticism.
Mark Schlereth a pansy.
Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
There's a fire, call the fireman. If you're in pain, babe.
It's John Davis sitting in this morning with Mark Schlereth. Stoke and Evans will be back soon. It's our training camp t-shirts today from noon to 1 p.m. It's the next giveaway of our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll be at Santiago's Mexican Restaurant located at 1150 East Bridge Street in Brighton. Limit one per person while supplies last. That's today from noon to 1 p.m. Santiago's Mexican Restaurant located at 1150 East Bridge Street. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. Mark, I'm wearing a Notorious B.I.G. shirt, and some people on the YouTube chat powered by Sean Honda have complimented it. So what's your favorite Notorious B.I.G. song, Mark?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's
that one.
All the time.
That one I really like.
People don't know. Mark hits me up all the time. Did you hear the new Jay-Z? Did you hear the new?
Right.
Always hit me up about the newest rap music. So it's kind of your thing when you're not here, Mark. But ESPN, they ranked the rosters in the NFL. They had the Broncos at 8th. They had the Chargers at 12, the Chiefs at 13. But the Chargers and Chiefs both have better odds to win the Super Bowl than the Denver Broncos. Where does that come from? Because when looking at all things considered, the only clear advantage I see on either the Chargers or the Chiefs is the quarterback. This kind of goes back to the Bo Nix conversation that we have and how Bo Nix is viewed. But we'll start there. Is that justified to have the Broncos with the 8th best roster, but behind the Chiefs and Chargers with Super Bowl odds?
Well, yeah. I mean, the way the odds makers do it is they have a lot more faith, obviously, for good reason when it comes to Mahomes. Justin Herbert, that's another story. Like, if you want to talk about, regular season compiler, but lack of playoff success, I mean, that's Justin Herbert in a nutshell. And at what time do you start holding him accountable for failures, in the postseason? And whether you like, I'm a big Clayton Kershaw fan, love Clayton Kershaw, but you look at his postseason numbers versus regular season numbers, and there's a dramatic discrepancy between the two. And so you can't help but say, dude, got to be better. I look at, highlights of Aaron Rodgers on TV right now, and I look at Aaron Rodgers saying, as great as you were for as long as you were, to have one Super Bowl championship and 4 MVPs and all that stuff, you got to be better. Lamar Jackson, at some point, you got to be able to lead your team when things are bleak, and you got to play your best football when times are tough. Now, Bo Nix has proven over the course of last year, you could say, well, he started the fire by playing poorly. You can't be a hero by all of a sudden coming and putting out the fire that you started, right? But the bottom line is, in clutch time, in dire straits, in tough situations, man, he drove the team and led them to comebacks. The Philadelphia game comes to mind. The Giants game obviously comes to mind. All the fourth quarter wins and comebacks. There's something to Bo Nix in that. Now, I definitely understand the Kansas City thing.
Right.
People think they're going to bounce back, and Mahomes is a 3-time champion. He's an MVP of not only the Super Bowl but of the regular season. I get that one, but the Chargers and Herbert, I'm not sold on that.
No, and Bo he's got kind of the postseason moment. You know, he goes on the field dueling with Josh Allen, and he leads that touchdown drive at the end of the game. And that ball he threw might be the best ball he's thrown since he's been in Denver to score that, to tie that game. And so with that, that's when I look at these odds like with Justin Herbert. There's no signature moment with him, but it comes back again to the uncomfortability with Bo Nix. I also think there's the Broncos one-score games. I think that's a big reason people look at the Broncos and they have hesitation. They look at the one-score games. They saw the Chiefs do it the year before. The Chiefs fall off last year. But the Broncos one-score game wins were much different than the Chiefs 2 years ago.
Right.
The Chiefs 2 years ago were having things like the Raiders' backup quarterback has a miscommunication with the center, and the snap comes early and bounces off his shoulder. The Ravens score the touchdown and the toes are out of bounds. The Broncos were actually going out and winning these one-score games. They were taking them. I also believe it's a bit of a style to play tough throughout the game and then take the game at the end win the game at the end. It might make teams uncomfortable, but it is a style. It is effective. The Broncos with the one-score games, was that riding the lightning a little bit too much? Or like I said, is that a style they can continue to maintain going into this year? And whether it makes odds makers uncomfortable or not, they don't care because that's how they win.
Yeah, I think those, like, winning a bunch of one-score games, every game comes to a one-score game. So
most in the fourth quarter are one score.
Like most games, regardless, are coming down to a one-score game. So that's just part and parcel of playing the National Football League. I just think, like, to think that you're going to win 11 one-score games or whatever it was is unrealistic. But to think that you're going to be in 11 one-score games is probably unrealistic, right? So you don't think, like, I mean, what was the Tennessee game, the Titans game, 20-12 or something like that?
Yeah.
You don't think that, like, that's a one-score. It's a, touchdown and a 2-point conversion. So effectively, that's a one-score game.
Yeah, it is.
So, like, you just don't think you're going to have you think you're going to have some blowouts, right? You think you're going to have some games like that. But the rest of them, that's what this league comes down to. I want to play a little game. I'm thinking about this right now. Who would be the teams that I think that ESPN has ranked in front of the Broncos roster-wise? Because I haven't looked at this.
Okay,
and so I'm going to go in no particular order. The Rams, Buffalo, New England, they'd have rated over them, I think. Then let me look. I think roster-wise, Philly would probably be in there for them. Seattle.
Doing good so far.
I think San Francisco probably.
No.
Okay. That's the first one I missed. So what do I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 3 more.
Who do you have so far? These are the ESPN top rosters. The Broncos are at 8th. Mark is guessing who's ahead of the Broncos.
Right.
You got the Rams,
Buffalo, New England, Philly,
Seattle.
How about Baltimore?
Yep. Look at you.
And then what else do
I think you just got one left, right?
Just one? Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6.
So, 7 because the Broncos are 8th.
Yeah, 7. Okay, so one more. This is where it gets a little greasy. How about Detroit?
There you go.
Okay.
Look at that.
Correct.
You only got one wrong.
Right.
Guessing the 7 ahead. The Niners, who you had, they were 11th.
11th, okay.
The one team that was behind the Broncos was Houston. So that was probably pretty close with the rosters. But I think, and it goes back to what we were talking about the last segment, the Broncos suffer, I think, in the opinion of a lot of people, in style points. And that's more so offensive style points because nobody's looking at their defense saying, this is rough. It's all about offensive style points. With Jalen Waddle coming into the Broncos, and that's one guy, that's really the only difference that they've made. Is that enough to launch the Broncos into being viewed more like these other teams, like Detroit, like the Rams? Because they're still not better at tight end.
Yeah.
We're banking on the health of J.K. Dobbins. we're hoping Troy Franklin makes another leap, and
Right.
people like Cortland Sutton, but it's really just one guy. When you look at Detroit, I mean, look at the playmakers they have.
Right.
Look at everybody they have, and they do have guys on both sides of the ball to the point where these teams are so talented, you were able to name them pretty easily and pick that out. The Broncos are the team that's more lopsided out of these 8 teams. So is Waddle enough to make the Broncos roster be viewed more if somebody's let me name the eight best
Right.
rosters that they immediately come to mind?
Yeah, Waddle is an interesting kind of case study because I think inside the NFL, people understand what a unbelievable trade that was for the Broncos. Like they understand the value of that. Guys that either cover the league in-depthly or guys that that coach in the league understand the value. The issue that you get into with him playing in Miami is it becomes more about schematics with Mike McDaniel. It becomes more about Tua and Tyreek Hill. And you weren't even the number one receiver in Miami and all that kind of stuff. And so it becomes somewhat of a scarlet letter for him that he played under that influence. But because people don't remember that as a rookie, he had 11, almost 1,200 yards receiving, and he was great. And he is just one of those dudes that does everything well. So when you think of Jalen Waddle, you think of big plays, like he's just a big play guy, but he's not. He's one of the few receivers in the league that really can run and do just about anything from multiple positions, whether he's playing X, F, or Z, whether he's running in-cutting routes, out-cutting routes, whether he's running deep patterns. Like he's got one of those abilities that very few guys have. There's very few guys in this league that truly kind of run the whole gamut of the route tree. Like you don't have any problem putting them anywhere. There's certain guys that just run certain routes and line up in certain positions. Now here's a guy that can do everything for you. So, I look at it as far more valuable, and I think you get 6-7 weeks into the season, then I think people will start kind of going, oh, wow, what an unbelievable pickup that was for this offense. This offense is really clicking. And he'll probably get the lion's share of the credit for that stuff. But you're right, like tight end production has been an issue here in Denver for years, and we were hoping they solved it with all the Joker talk last year in Evan Ingram, but they didn't. That hasn't been solved. And so that's still something they've got to look at. And the critical nature of people with J.K. Dobbins, I'm on the same boat. Like, do I trust that he's going to be healthy for 17 games? No, I don't.
No.
So, but I love the 4th round pickup in Jonah Coleman. He was one of my favorite backs that I studied. And he fits in the NFL kind of realm to me because he's a dude that doesn't have breakaway speed, which are the guys that tend to have the most success in this league, that just from pure running back standpoint, is because they know they can't win on the perimeter. And most fastbacks don't know that, and it takes them 2 or 3 years to figure out you cannot consistently make a living in the National Football League trying to break it to the edge. This is RJ Harvey. This is the learning curve he's going through right now.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, again, goes back. You can't just out athlete once you get to the NFL. They're all way too good. Mark, the Broncos defense. I was a little concerned with how they played down the stretch and into that Bills game, but are they gonna get their mojo back at the beginning of the year? We'll get into that next.
Jalen Waddle's here. Davis Webb's calling plays. The defense that reached the AFC Championship is back. But the number one storyline at Broncos training camp starts and ends with Bo Nix's ankle.
Are you positive that ankle's broken?
Is he fully healthy? And what does that mean for Denver's Super Bowl hopes? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my guy, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. Hey, listen, you know the story. I wore glasses all growing up, and then when I hit my mid-30s, or early 30s, I should say, playing for the Denver Broncos, had LASIK surgery. That was awesome. But when I hit my mid-50s, I needed readers for everything I was doing. I never seem to have them when I need them. Like they're upstairs on my nightstand. I'm downstairs studying film. I'm downstairs reading something. You can never find them. You go to the restaurant, you're trying to look at the menu, you don't have your readers with you. I tell you what, totally frustrating. Well, I found the game changer. That's Cutarelli Vision. I went in and had refractive lens exchange, and I'm telling you what, don't need the readers anymore. Dr. Cutarelli is the number one with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. He can tell you when it's the right time for you to have RLE, and I'm telling you what, you will not regret it. So check him out at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. ColoradoRLE.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Most home sellers get one offer, and it's never enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard offers, you don't get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. Here's how it works. An Orchard agent submits your home to their exclusive network of local cash buyers. They compete to buy your home. You choose the winner. No repairs, no showings, no settling. Get started with a free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
When Vantage walks your property for a threat zone analysis, they don't send a salesman. They send a security pro with years of experience designing and installing these systems. The same pro who walks your property, designs your system, installs your cameras, and picks up the phone 3 years later when you need them. Same team, start to finish. That's the Vantage standard. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit VSSIColorado.com today.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Wes. Tell me what happened between you and the IRS.
I ended up owing $55,000 on unpaid taxes. I hadn't filed for several years and ended up settling for $25.
Hold on. So you went from owing $55,000 to $25? Now that's a great story. How did that happen?
Well, it's rather amazing, I guess. It got to the appeals officer. The appeals officer signed off on it, and obviously we accepted it.
Wes, what made you come to Advanced Tax Solutions?
You hear of many different firms or whatever on the radio, some local, some not, and I felt confident from the radio spots I heard about Advanced Tax Solutions.
So how do you feel about Advanced Tax Solutions now?
Very, very lucky and very grateful.
And would you recommend us to your friends and family who are in the same situation?
Yes, I absolutely would.
Thanks, Wes. If you're listening, be our next great story, 303-753-6040 or advancedtaxsolutions.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Biondino Law Firm.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis sitting in today. I love the Led Zeppelin on the show because Stoke had never listened to Led Zeppelin in his entire life.
Well, yeah, that's what we do. We just bring people along. Bring them into the Wolf Pack. Let them know what is and what isn't, and good for Stoke.
Good for Stoke. Hit us up on the Ramoslaw.com text line 303-713-1043 or the YouTube chat powered by Champ Honda. Want to know what everybody thinks about this? I'm going to ask Mark and everybody else. Text in, let us know. This Broncos defense, everybody loves it. Mm-hmm. Everybody's excited about it. Even with the lack of turnovers, it's exciting to watch, but they're not perfect.
Sure.
In your mind, if there's a weakness in this great defense, where would that be?
Well, I think the biggest, quote unquote weakness, and it comes as part of kind of quote unquote uncertainty, is both middle linebacker positions. Now, when Sternad played, and I said this last year, Like, I wouldn't go back to Greenlaw. Sternad was great, and he's a sideline to sideline guy. He's a thumper. I think he does everything well. And then as most people who listen to the show know, when Alex Singleton was signed here, I was like, everybody looked at him like, oh, backup special teams player, because that's what everybody looks at Alex Singleton as. Mm-hmm. And I told this radio audience, everybody in Denver, don't look at him that way, because that dude's a starter. He's a big time production guy. But I think the issue that you get into is people look at him as a liability. You know, there's all kinds of times when, you know, you see him late trying to sift through traffic and he's locked up man-to-man on a running back. And he's a tackling machine, but a lot of the tackles are for +6, you know, or whatever. And that would be where I think most people, the majority of people, myself included, would probably point to as a weakness, is you don't have that one dude that just is so advanced from a recognition standpoint that can cheat, that can play the run, but have the depth to get underneath the intermediate zones and disrupt the passing game and all those different things. And like, we don't have that guy, or we don't have that guy yet. Now, maybe Sternad becomes that guy, but we don't have that guy yet at the middle linebacker position. And there's a lot of people out there, you know, that are armchair quarterbacks who think that Alex Singleton isn't good. But I know this to be a fact. One, he's a really good player, makes a ton of tackles, but he is also an extension of Vance Joseph. He is the guy that Vance Joseph trusts to wear the green dot. And with the complexity of this defense and how many different split coverages they run and how many exotic looks and blitzes they have, Alex Singleton lines everybody up. And so those times where occasionally he is a half a step slow, getting to a swing pass, you know, he's got to work himself through traffic. A lot of that is because he's directing all the traffic on the defensive side of the ball. And at home, he's doing it, right, with crowd noise. So it becomes that much more difficult. So he becomes, and Vance has told me this, you know, face to face, he's my right hand when it comes to calling this defense. Like, I couldn't do it. What we're doing right now, we couldn't do it without Alex Singleton. So just understand that that's a player who's got a boatload on his plate every given Sunday.
Is the middle linebacker, and we're using the term weakness for lack of a better term. We're not saying like this is the worst middle linebacker core in the league. It does concern me. Are they as much of a middle-of-the-road linebacking core, if we want to call them weak, that it actually affects this team's ability to win late in the season, to go to the Super Bowl? Right. Is it that much of a liability?
I don't believe that it is. I think that position, like, there is that aspect of compiling yards and creating first downs and you know, exploiting the middle of the field with the tight end and all that kind of stuff. And you know, and those are good from a conversion standpoint, from a, you know, hey man, we're you know, moving the ball between the 20s standpoint. But when things tighten up in the red zone, this defense is so good that I think it becomes a very, you know, difficult task. And then when you look at the Broncos, their ability to force 3 and outs on the defensive side, I think they were the top team in football.
They were at least top 3.
Yeah,
I mean they were real good.
Yeah, so they're an outstanding group on the defensive side of the ball. The issue that you get into is, like I said, you don't have that one dude at middle linebacker. You don't have a Fred Warner, right? That just is like jumps off film all the time. And I know he's coming off an injury, but when you look at Fred Warner, and they did a whole breakdown of middle linebackers and, you know, what coaches and executives say, like, even off the injury, everybody rated Fred Warner as the number 1 linebacker in football.
They did.
Right? And the reason is his processing ability. He is like, give me the best quarterback, like Joe Burrow or Matthew Stafford, when it comes to processing. What they are processing on the offensive side of the ball is what Fred Warner is to processing on the defensive side of the ball. And so he's got this unbelievable ability. And this goes all the way back to Robert Saleh telling me this, who was the coordinator years ago, then went back to San Francisco last year to be the coordinator, and now he's the head coach of Tennessee, saying that his ability to cheat his zone drop and take multiple things away is second to none in the league. So where you're supposed to drop in a hook zone at, 8 to 10 yards deep, 2 yards outside the hash marks, right? That's where you're supposed to be. He can get 12 to 14 yards deep, 4 yards outside the hash mark, and still close down on a shallow cross and tackle it for a 2-yard gain. Like his explosiveness, his ability to read. So he'll take away the intermediate throw you're trying to get to. So it makes you automatically, as a quarterback, throw it where they ain't, throw it down on the little crosser and instantly explode as you're ready to, like he can read you and he's down there making that tackle for, you think as a quarterback you're throwing that and we're going to be in, 2nd down and 3. And all of a sudden you're in 2nd down and 7+. And you're like, really? That's Fred Warner, and we don't have that guy. And there's a few of those guys in the league that when you have one, they're just big-time difference makers. I think Levante David was that way for Tampa Bay back in the day. There are those guys in the league that exist that make it a nightmare for you as an offense. But there's a few of them. But we always look to those guys and say, man, that's what we want. It's just like quarterback. Everybody looks to Mahomes and go, we need to get the next Mahomes. Well, they're hard to find.
They're hard to find. And with the middle linebacker, you mentioned Justin Sternad earlier. Can he take a step? He's a guy that he was a special teams guy his first few years in the NFL. 2 years ago, he gets some playing time, plays well, but struggles down the stretch, specifically Thursday night against the Chargers, Saturday night that year against Cincinnati. That's Herbert and Burrow. But then what I liked from Sternad is we see Greenlaw go down last year before the season even starts, and we saw him improve. We saw him make a jump. That, to me, is about a guy that's got skill but that's also committed to getting better. Is the best yet to come with Justin Sternad? Because if he can take a step, then that helps out Alex Singleton quite a bit. That makes that unit that much better when you have a more dominant guy. So a big part of this might be the middle linebackers right now on paper is the position group you look at on this defense and you might worry about. But if Sternad can continue to grow, because maybe we haven't seen the best of him, then that does make that defense that much better. But it may be dependent on his growth as a player.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think that here's a guy that, like I said, on tape last year, I thought he was your best middle linebacker. And, and obviously you signed Greenlaw to a bunch of money and you wanted him to be kind of a thumper and an enforcer and all those kind of things. And he just wasn't, athletically, he just wasn't right. You could tell that he wasn't right, and he missed time with, multiple injuries. And then even when he came back, you're a NFL 100%, meaning you're probably about 80% of what you normally are, but you're good enough to go out there and be effective. But I thought Sternad was I thought he was just better. And so, when you start talking about, the middle linebacker, I mentioned Fred Warner, right? Like that dude is phenomenal. Azeez Al-Shire, unbelievable with the Houston Texans. That guy's an unbelievable player in the middle of the football field. Even though he doesn't run like he once did, and now he's back to one of his original teams in the New York Jets. Demario Davis is, like, you want to talk about a dude that just his ability to read and react is legit second to none. I mean, he's just so good at it. So when you start talking about those dudes to me become huge, big time difference maker guys.
Yeah, they're huge. And Dre Greenlaw, you mentioned him. I find it funny. He got away from Fred Warner for 1 year and was like, I'm going to go back and play with Fred Warner. This is a lot easier with him. I thought something that was interesting about the Dre Greenlaw situation last year, and I wonder if this does kind of show up this year, is that the defense actually got worse when he came back. Yeah. You could actually see that's when the defense started falling apart. And Chad Andrus and I would laugh. Once they finally had Surtain and Greenlaw at the same time, they played bad. And I do wonder if the kind of forcing themselves to put Greenlaw on the field and rotate the middle linebacker position might have actually been disruptive to the continuity of the chemistry of the defense.
Sure.
Not so much even about the individual players, but just that constant, we have to put this guy in. We have to sub these guys out. If maybe getting back to just these are our two middle linebackers, we're just playing like this, it just allows for more chemistry to continue to develop.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that, kind of aspect of what we do from a nickel standpoint. Are we running a 4-2 front? Are we running, are we running three linebackers in base, or are we running some dime stuff? Whatever it is we're doing. But I think middle linebacker, like a lot of positions, you want to stay on the field in every situation. And when you do have that rotation, and there's certain positions where you're used to rotating. Your third wide receiver, you're going to get a lot of rotation there. You're going to, at that position, defensive line is constantly rotating, especially inside. But yeah, I think there's merit to that, like the struggles that some of the defense had, and part of that is because Greenlaw is not 100% healthy, and part of that is, you're taking a player that was really young, and also really playing well, and you're limiting those snaps. So sometimes you don't see something. It just is all those. I just always wanted to play. It's interesting. Like when I retired, Shanahan told me, "Hey man, I'd like to have you come back. Just back up. I know your body is such that you just can't, your body just can't take much more." But you can come back up, and on Sundays, you don't have to play unless an emergency. And my thought to Mike was, listen, I'd love to be able to do that, and this isn't egotistical, but I can't be a backup. And it has nothing to do with I can't not start. It has to do with there's no way I could stand on the bench or stand on the sideline for 3.5 quarters, and then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter you're like, hey, we need you, and be an effective player. My body just wouldn't allow me. I'd be like the Tin Man coming off the bench. But you want to be able to, I say it, but just say you want to be in a rhythm. You want to be in a flow. You want to be able to see those things. And that rotational stuff is hard. And this league is made of, rotations and different personnel packages and everything else. But it's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, I just felt that was hard, especially for Starnett, because I think guys like him and Jonah Ellis they just need to see things. There's some things you just need to experience out there. And we're talking about the Broncos defense, potential weaknesses, areas of concern might be a better way to put it. A few people on the RamosLaw.com text line have mentioned the run defense. That's interesting to me. The running back was a problem for the Broncos last year. I saw it more out of the backfield. Jonathan Taylor really got him catching the ball. And that kind of goes back to the middle linebacker. Run defense itself specifically, I'm not overly concerned with that. Do you have any concerns there? I think it's more about the running back out of the backfield, especially when you look at who they're playing early on in this year. There's a lot of really good running backs, but overall the running back, is that a concern for this defense?
I think that, we see it all the time where they're running some pick plays because you get in so much man-to-man stuff, and Vance Joseph has so many blitz things that you get singled up with a linebacker on a back. And, and you're singling them up by running that middle linebacker through traffic. So you're getting in a 3-by-1 set and you're running, multiple slants, trying to create traffic for the middle linebacker to get through, and then you're running a little swing pass to the back, and all of a sudden he's down the sideline. He's got 15 yards before you can catch him. They'll get you in that occasionally, and everybody looks at that like, oh man, that's just so. But middle linebacker stinks. That is kudos, tip your cap to the offensive coordinator on the other side, knowing that he caught you in a particular blitz situation and got you with some type of mesh, just create confusion concept, right, or create traffic concept. So I don't necessarily get so concerned about that. And then I always think about it from the standpoint of what do you say when the run game bothers you,
and some people wrote in about that. And I'm thinking back to last year, I don't remember at one point the Broncos defense in a position where it's like we can't get off the field because we can't stop the run. I don't recall that a lot.
Right.
So a lot of people, though, are concerned about the run game. Maybe it's just when you look at the schedule, you just see who they have because they've got now Kenneth Walker, they've got Christian McCaffrey. What's the dude with the Raiders? Maybe he takes a step up this year.
Yeah.
So
Ashton Genty.
Ashton Genty. So I don't know if that's where it is. So if you text that in, explain to us a little more why you're concerned about the run defense. That doesn't bother me as much. I do have my biggest concern, Mark, with this Broncos defense is actually what everybody praises the most is the pass rush. John Franklin Myers isn't there. When you're so deep on a defense, you kind of forget, like your Super Bowl teams, because you have Alfred Williams and Neil Smith and you have Bill Romanowski, everybody forgets that Ma Tanuvasa was a game wrecker in there just because you have all these other guys taking the headlines away. You get rid of John Franklin Myers. He did a lot of stuff to really disrupt those defenses last year. You still have Zach Allen. You still have Roach. You still have DJ Jones. We like that. That's in the interior. But then if Jonathan Cooper, if there's something that happens there, maybe it's a distraction. I just worry that this pass rush, we're so used to it being potent and we're so excited about it again. We're forgetting we lost one of our best guys, and maybe there's a distraction going on there elsewhere.
By the way, I just quick looked it up. Rushing yards per game given up for the Denver Broncos defense, they were second in the league only behind Jacksonville at 91.
Yeah, that one didn't. So to whoever wrote that in, what did you see that made you concerned? Because I'm not and I'm not concerned about that.
So, like, you think about this, like, just put it into context. They were leading the league in 3 and outs through 3/4 of the season, right? They didn't turn the opponent over. So there were ample opportunities to run the football, to turn it into a grinded-out game, and for your opponent, and to feel pretty confident about living that way. And so you did that going into it. You had that as your kind of quote-unquote game plan, and you were number 2 in the league at 91.1 yard per carry. Jacksonville gave up 85 yards per game. They gave up 91. Seattle was number 3, giving up 91.9. And then the Houston Texans, followed by Tampa Bay. And then everybody else was over 100. So
and Jacksonville's a good offense that's putting opposing offenses in obvious pass situations, less running opportunity.
Right.
So the Broncos were playing teams probably trying to run it more than Jacksonville was as well, and still finished only second too.
Yeah. So I just would say again, when that came up, I was like, I don't remember them being, difficult. Now every now and again you'll see, because you create so much pressure and you create so many rush opportunities, that you'll see a team on a 3rd down and 14 give up a 12-yard pop kind of draw. And that's one of those things that inflates the statistic, but to me that's not the running game. That's a give up, let's flip a little bit of field position for our punt. That's not running the ball. So I look at those stats, and I would take those stats out of the equation, because those stats, those are hollow, empty. We're playing to give up 8 yards so we can get off the field.
Yeah, and I'm thinking back to it. Maybe people's concern for the Broncos' run defense, you have what's called the recency effect, where we only remember the most recent thing. The Bills had a lot of success with James Cook and Josh Allen. So I'm wondering if that visual of how bad they took it to the Broncos is where this concern's coming from everybody.
Yeah, and it may be. And the Bills were one of the top teams. I think they were the number 1 team in rushing the ball last year. And part of that is because, you've got to be concerned about Josh Allen pulling the ball. So he gives you another added dynamic to it, especially come red zone time. And they had some in that game against Denver. They just had great schematics on their pin and pull stuff. They were phenomenal. And then James Cook, he just does such a great job of attacking, even though that's a pitch and an outside play, of making it a downhill play. And they're not good at it. They're great. They're great at it.
And they take it to everybody.
Yeah.
With that too. So, but with that, the Broncos have played since Sean Payton's got here, they've played the Bills twice, or 3 times. They've beat them twice. The difference is in the 2 games they won, it's turnovers. It's just getting those turnovers. So when you play the Bills, that's kind of what you have to do because they're going to move it on anybody. Talking about the Broncos, biggest area of concern, the area of concern on the offense. A lot of people have assumed once we get this certain player on the field that all is resolved. But is it actually resolved for the offense? Mark and I will keep this going. We'll do that next.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Bluebird Windows and Doors, the only local window company that offers a lifetime warranty on labor from the initial consultation to your buying experience to the day of the install. And for as long as you live in the house, Bluebird is with you, working as partners on your home project. It's the kind of commitment that has made Bluebird such a local, family-owned success for 20 years now. And for all of July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% off your window, door, and siding projects. Mention my name, get an additional 5% off. Financing is available. Go to gobluebirdco.com and make today a Bluebird day.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half, plus Try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a whole lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call them at 1-800-XFINITY or go to XfinityMobile.com or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans of T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees extra, $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates apply.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High fives and flamma jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane.
Okay.
Yours was,
get off my plane. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis sitting in for Mike Evans today. We're talking the Broncos. The last segment, Mark, we were talking about concerns around the defense. A few people wrote in the running game. You and I didn't really see the run defense is an issue. Got a few more texts. The original texter did say it was the Bills game that we kind of concluded might be the issue. Somebody else wrote in Jacksonville and Green Bay, they couldn't stop the run when it mattered. There's Josh Jacobs there in Green Bay. One thing I would say is, as great as this defense is, sometimes great players just do great things, and there's not a lot you can do about that. Mm-hmm. So Josh Jacobs is a really good player. He's going to have moments in a game where he looks good. Again, the issue with Josh Jacobs in that game to me was out of the backfield. It was catching the ball.
Right.
It wasn't so much running the ball. So, yes, they do need to stop the run. They were successful at it. When they play those top-level running backs, it may not look great every play. But overall, to think the run game is going to be the downfall of this defense, I don't see that.
Right, you're always going to have an outlier or two. That's going to happen on occasion. But you got to look at those things and say, all right, they got us on that one. Like the Bills, they got you with schematics. And they do in that pin and pull stuff the Bills run. One, they've got a running back that just understands how to attack a defense. He's great at it. The other thing that they do an exceptional job of is creating a numbers count advantage. So they'll bypass a guy that's on the line of scrimmage because they're pitching the ball, tossing the ball, so they're going to get outside, but it's still an outside downhill run play. So they'll be like, hey, man, the 3 technique ain't going to get there. The defensive tackle ain't going to get there. So we're going to slip him, and then we're going to climb to the safety who's got to be an alley runner. And all of a sudden, instead of that safety coming down and putting his helmet on the running back's leg for 2 yards and, you fall forward for 3, all of a sudden he's blocked. Yeah. And now that running back cuts back up inside, and that defensive tackle that you didn't block is running a circle, but he can't get there, and it's a 20-yard gain or a 15-yard gain. They got us a couple times with some of those schematics that I look at that as not that we can't play run defense. I look at that as, hey, man, game planning, they really did a good job. Now we got to go to the sideline and say, okay, what are we doing? Why is this happening to us? So then it's like, hey, man, defensive tackle, if you're not going to be blocked, you've got to be effective. So when the guy slips you, you can't go charging upfield like you're going to hit the quarterback. When the guy slips you, you got to put your foot in the ground, go flat, and look for the running back cutting back on, the kick, the kick out block or whatever. And so those are the things those become like sideline adjustment things because they got us with, they got us here in the first quarter, then they got us again in the second quarter, then one later in the second quarter, and they're all similar, but they're all just a little bit different schematically. One is to the weak side, one is to the strong side. And that's what'll get you from a game plan specific standpoint. And that's why you run your stable of plays or your core value plays, and then you always have a couple of adjunct things that the team, like the things that the defense has struggled with but that you haven't run, so they haven't prepared for you to run some of these concepts
to catch them off guard.
Right. And those are plays that honestly you're going to run during the game. You're thinking going into it, we're going to run this thing 2 or 3 times. We're going to pop it, an 8-yarder and a 14-yarder. And, we're going to get an explosive run out of that that's really going to set us up. And we're just going to call it the right time. And so that, to me, that's more of what the Buffalo Bills did to the Broncos. And then, of course, when you've got Josh Allen and his ability to pull the ball and run it, that always makes you uber aware of not chasing the ball or squeezing the ball, because he can come out the backside and really hurt you.
Yeah, and we're going to get to the offense, but you did mention something there about the defense that is a concern of mine, and maybe I'm wrong with this, is I think VJ's brilliant. I think that's pretty obvious. Mm-hmm. The way other people talk about him outside of Denver and how good he is.
That's obvious.
You mentioned those adjustments. It felt like late in the year, and a texter mentioned the Green Bay game, the Jacksonville game, the Buffalo game, even the Washington game. It seemed to be once the defense was having trouble getting off the field that there was no answer to it in those in-game adjustments. Is that a concern? That is great of a schemer and a game planner Vance is, when he gets countered, the counter punch doesn't really seem to come.
Yeah, listen, man, you rely on what you rely on, and the kind of you do what you do type of thing. And I think, like you mentioned, I think Vance is exceptionally just good. But one thing that's going to happen with Vance on occasion is he's going to scheme something up. And if you don't get there, that's when the big plays happen. So you scheme up a blitz, you got to get the quarterback on the ground. And you scheme it up, and you get the guy one-on-one with the quarterback, and the guy is, unimpeded to the quarterback, and Josh Allen breaks the tackle and extends the play. Now you're screwed. Like, that's when the big plays happen. And so then all of a sudden you see a big play, and you're like, oh, the Broncos, they gave up that big play. And you're like, well, I get it. But ultimately, you kind of look at it, and you're like, not really Vance Joseph's fault, if you will, right? And so I think that's one of the things that you have to look at and kind of take with a grain of salt, if you will.
Yeah, I do like the idea. Let's not just switch up our whole identity. One thing you and I talked about last week was just offensively that 96 Jacksonville game, going away from Terrell, which is what got you there, and you tried to be something else in that game,
right?
And ultimately it got you. Generally speaking, I don't mind if they are after the quarterback and he makes a move and they miss him, because he still has to remember they were here,
right?
And they were in my face. And
right.
The Broncos, I'll continue to say it, Benito finesses him. He's in the backfield, but once Cooper and Allen hit you, you're hurt. It doesn't feel good, and it seems like every time Allen and Cooper hit, the quarterback says, "My dream's to be in the NFL, but not today.
Yeah,
get me off this sideline." So going away from that, while you might get beat and the adjustments might be hard, I do understand why Vance keeps it there.
Yeah.
As frustrating as it can be to see the offense kind of stay on the field longer than you want.
Yeah. I mean, that's always one of those things that happen, but it's a, kind of feast or famine, get guys on the ground. It's so hard to score when you get a sack or two, or a sack during a drive. And then, ultimately you look at the Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen missed 3 or 4 balls.
That last drive.
Right. But during the course of that game, he missed 3 or 4 throws that were touchdown throws that you just don't see him miss. And again, that to me is I get sped up in the pocket. The pressure speed me up. Even though the Broncos only came away with that game, I think 3 sacks, those pressures had their effect on Josh. So instead of throwing an accurate ball to Knox in the end zone. He overthrows him out of bounds. Was it Knox or was it the other guy? I don't know. But, to the tight end in the end zone.
That was the play,
Yeah, he overthrows him. And that has its, effect on you long term. And I look at James Cook, who had 24 carries in that game for 117 yards. But you think about this. So you say, okay, on those scheme runs that they got us on, and there were probably, I bet you, 3 or 4 runs in that were 12 plus, right? So you think about that. Let's call it 4 runs at an average of 12 yards per run, right? So you take 48 yards out of that 117, and now all of a sudden it's 20 carries for 80 whatever yards, and you're like, oh, that was a manageable day. That's a 3.7 yard per carry average. That's manageable with the best back in football. But they got you on some schematic runs that you weren't prepared for. And again, they're a really damn good football team. And so you understand that.
Yeah, and I think a big one, I always like to go back in history, the Giants-Bills Super Bowl, so that's how far I'm going back. Bill Belichick. At some point when you're playing a really good offense, no matter how good your defense is, other than those rare defenses, the Ravens, the 2015 Broncos, you have to understand we're not going to shut them out. They're going to play well. And when you're playing the Bills, you understand if James Cook's the one going off rather than Josh Allen, you probably have a better chance to win that game.
Right.
They're going to get their success. James Cook and Josh Allen, you're not just going to blank these guys. So like Belichick did to the Bills in that one Super Bowl, he said, we'll let Thurman, he can go all day. That K-gun passing game, we're not losing to that. And ultimately they win that game. So sometimes you have to pick your poison with these good teams. Right. And if Cook or the running back's the one going off against Josh Allen, I can live with that because ultimately they did win the game.
Right. Yeah, and to your point there, James Cook had a great day. But Josh Allen was 25 of 39, 283 yards, averaged 7 yards, a throw, 3 TDs, but he had the 2 interceptions, the 3 sacks. He had the fumble carrying the football. So, he was there 4 of the, what they have, 5 turnovers total. 4 of them were, a Josh Allen issue. And a lot of that is because of, like we talked about, it's the pressure, it's the perceived pressure, it's speeding the quarterback up in the pocket because he is getting hit or he is getting, people in his face and all those things. And so all those things became part of the story of this game that ended up leading to, Broncos victory.
And so that is why you should not be concerned about the Broncos running game. Defense, Broncos running defense, the offensive side of the ball. Mark, there's this perception that J.K. Dobbins is healthy because J.K. Dobbins played really well last year. I mean, there's no
he was great.
There's no question about that. That the running game, that everything will just be fine. But this Broncos offensive line gets so much praise, and they earn it, that it feels like at times there's certain things that do get overlooked. And I felt like as great as they are in pass protection, that in run blocking, there was some things there that probably could be improved upon. And we saw it when you didn't have J.K. Dobbins out there. R.J. Harvey struggled a lot more. He's a rookie. He's getting used to the speed of the game. But is there room for the offensive line from a running perspective to improve?
Yes, tons of room. Tons of room. And to me, it's when I watch them, the level of frustration I have at times with misidentification of linebackers, not necessarily knowing who you're going to, and the issue that you get into is you start missing those identifications, and then guys are just skating along having tackling practice in your backfield. And that happened with way too much regularity. Now, some of that is on the offensive line. You got to clean this stuff up, man. You got to know who you're responsible for. But part of that was because of the menu being very large, right? There's like, hey, man, we're running, we got 9 run plays that we're going to unleash during this game. And now all of a sudden we're going to do it out of a bunch of different formations, and we're going to use motion. And motion is great. Like, motion is great to get you a leverage advantage on the guy you're supposed to block to. But it also can create defensive rotation where all of a sudden, a linebacker kicks over, and now a safety rolls down. And now the safety's in the box, and then you have to know, hey, man, we're running into this safety. Are we turning him? Do we have a slot? Or can we turn him over to the slot, or do we have to take him? Because if we have to take him, we have to push. So that means if we push, that means we've got to take the front side safety who just rotated down to the box, which means the backside's got to take the next guy as the mic. And then, so then it becomes one of these numbers games again, and you got to be on the same page. And are we going to just turn the guy loose? Are we going to block the guy? What's our responsibility? What is it for this week? Do we have a player that can get over there and play? Are we going to motion into that, jet sweep into that so that we have somebody there for him? So there's a lot of mental gymnastics go, and you're standing in a three-point stance looking through a little sliver in your face mask trying to figure it all out. That becomes a very difficult thing. So just simplifying to a degree can really, really help on offense, going, hey, man, I know what we have, and we're only running these couple of plays, and that can really help an offense.
As physically gifted as the Broncos' offense is, it shouldn't matter if the other team can be like, oh, this is what they're doing, because if you block it well and everybody's in continuity with each other, they can know all day what you're doing.
Right.
Your team, and I don't know if this offensive line is there, but it felt like with your offensive lines here in Denver that you all didn't have to talk before the play, because you knew what the dude next to you was going to do, and he knew what the guy next to him was going to do. It wasn't individual efforts.
Right.
You all knew because you had done it so well and so much. Like Gilbert Brown wanted to stop Terrell Davis in that Super Bowl. The Packers wanted to do all that. They knew it was coming. You guys just out executed on them.
Yeah.
So it feels like that with this Broncos offensive line. They're so individually skilled that they can actually get away with a lot. But if you simplify it, it might become a little more together on plays like that in the running game.
Completely, I completely agree, and it's kind of been my biggest quote unquote pet peeve. And again, going back to having a conversation, albeit a short conversation, with with Davis Webb, his big thing was I want to find 4 or 5 core value plays. This is what we're going to hang our hat on, and then ultimately, no matter how many different defensive players and a lot of times guys will try to identify Mike linebackers. Who's the middle linebacker? And they're running so many different people with the nickel and dime and all this stuff. Like the numbers they can be, from number 11 all the way to number, 57 or whatever.
Peyton Manning said he hates that.
Right.
That a guy can wear 8 and play middle linebacker now.
I hate it as well, but that's just the way the league is now.
Yeah.
And so then it becomes not necessarily identifying Mike by numbers, but identifying Mike by position, where he's at. And when you get into it and you've done it enough, you're just like, you can look over at your guy and go, hey, you got, I got it. You don't even talk about it. You're seeing the same thing. And that's where, complexity can hurt you and simplicity can help you. And as long as you can make it look complex to the defense, but keep it simple for the offense, you can have a lot of success, even if everybody knows what you're running, essentially.
Could you feel when your Broncos team was blocking and the running back was just going off, regardless of Terrell, Olandis Gary, Derek LaVille, could you feel the defensive line break? At one point, could you feel that you guys had dominated them maybe on a level that they weren't expecting, and you could just feel them be like, we got nothing for these guys today?
Yeah. There's a bunch of times where, because there's nothing more demoralizing for a defense. And I played defense through college, but there's nothing more demoralizing for a defense to just get it run consistently, ripping off 4 or 5 yard carries, consistently, churning first downs. That is you want to see a defense just go completely ballistic, not on us, but on one another. What the linebackers, keep them out of my lap, and that defense, it just turns on itself, and and they're on each other, and you're just over there the offensive side, just
these nuts,
licking your chop, going, man, give us another run, give us another one, give us another one. And those things are so gratifying. And, at the end of the day, that type of physicality, like, you're going to go into the locker room, like, you're going to be sore, hey, man, this is going to be one for a couple of days where I'm beat up. But can you imagine how they feel over there? Because they just got their soul snatched from them. And I always said it, you give a big 70-yard touchdown pass, where a DB gets beaten one-on-one. That doesn't wear a defense out. That doesn't mentally, hey, man, you can shake that off, like, mentally, oh, dude, we just busted the coverage or whatever. And you shake that right off and go right back out to playing hard. But when it's constant and they can't get off the field, and every time they look up at 2nd down and 5, 2nd down and 4, that's just demoralizing. And that to me, like, when I start talking about what is the running game, that to me, in its essence, that's the running game.
And that's what I feel has been missing from this Broncos offense. We can point to individual things, but it's that thing that makes the defense go, we've got nothing for these guys. Versus the way they win, it's more of a, boy, that fourth quarter hit, and Bo Nix, we couldn't catch him. He was all over the field. They're throwing it downfield. The Broncos kind of get in their head there. But with this Broncos offense, and we've talked about whether it be the tight end, the middle of the field, maybe the Jalen Waddle can help with that. It's just that constant, like, no matter what we do, we can't stop them. And that's what's been missing since Sean Payton got here. As successful as they've been, that more dictating to the defense, they still haven't quite got there yet.
Yeah, there's that aspect of the run game. And then I think the other thing I think we've all talked about, and what's your major concern on this offense, is explosiveness from the tight end position. We have just not been able to find that guy that all of a sudden opens up our offense. And a guy that you're not concerned, like, if you play the Broncos, you're not concerned about getting matched up one-on-one with your middle linebacker and Evan Ingram. You're just not. You're like, okay, maybe they complete one, maybe, but it's just not one of those things again. And I've said this, in some of the things I've done in San Francisco in regards to this Brandon Ayuk situation that's going on.
Yeah.
Like you want to talk about, overestimating your own speed and underestimating the speed of your opponent. Like, when the San Francisco 49ers lined up, that defensive coordinator that was facing that offense was not going, how are we going to shut down Ayuk? They were like, to your point earlier about the Bills, they were looking at it like, how are we going to shut down McCaffrey? How are we going to shut down Kittle? How are we going to shut down Deebo Samuel? Ayuk was 4th on that. So they were looking at it like, hey, man, if Ayuk goes for 7 and 115 and a touchdown, they're not beating us. That's not how the Niners are going to beat us. Like, they won't.
It's Christian McCaffrey going for 170.
Yeah.
That's how they beat you.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, that to me was kind of what we're talking about in this offense. Is nobody is looking at, like, man, we gotta deal with Evan Ingram today, and how are we gonna? No, that's not that doesn't cross any defensive coordinator's mind.
Can the Broncos succeed with that lack of production that they've had at tight end? Can they? I mean, we saw them get to the AFC Championship, so clearly it can be done. But ultimately, does that catch up to them, or do they have enough pieces at the other positions to kind of overcome the tight end issue? That
Sean addressed it specifically with me. Like, we have got to find production from our tight end. This is something that's got to be dramatically better. And, and he flat out, hey, man, I don't know where it's going to come from, but we got to find a dude. We got to find, and maybe it's Ingram. I doubt that it is. I'd not roll the dice on Ingram for me personally. But, yeah, it's one of the things we talked about. We got to find production from that position.
Yeah, it's got to happen. It's too much of a mismatch. Maybe it's Jolie, the kid there. Davis Webb, the highlight of last preseason, he was calling the plays, was Ingram 70 yards against Arizona. I mean, it's preseason, but it was a great play, and it got us all excited, like, oh, guess what's going to happen with the tight end?
We found the Joker!
I'd like the term Joker to go away this year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what it means. I don't know if anybody knows what it means, including Sean Payton.
Right.
It's
right. It is kind of this nebulous concept, right? The Joker. What is it? Well, it could be a back, could be a tight end, it
You're
could
not
be
close.
Yeah, it could be a slot receiver.
Andy Janovich, maybe
Right.
he's like
It
it's
could-
every position's the Joker.
Could be a backup quarterback. Like we don't even know.
Chaos.
Now all of a sudden I'm John Gruden. Man, what is this Joker thing? Hey.
I want somebody in a moment of just with Sean
Talking to
Payton
Mark
privately
Schlereth.
go, hey, when you said Joker that day, were you just talking and you made it up right there?
Right.
You didn't-
No, he's talked about it. I've done production meetings in New Orleans with him when he's talking Joker.
He loves it.
Back then it was Taysom Hill. He's our Joker.
Well, there you go. Go get Taysom Hill. The Nuggets, they're winning. Their odds of games won next year is out. Doesn't even matter when it comes postseason. We'll get to all of that next.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for my friends at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, Colorado. Summers mean blazing hot afternoon sun. And if your home heats up every year, every afternoon, your windows might be why. UV rays and solar heat can do a number on your home, and your energy bills can skyrocket. Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows help protect your home from UV rays and solar heat, and will keep it cool and keep those cooling costs down all summer long. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, over 50 years serving Denver and the Front Range. They know Colorado homes and Colorado weather. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton knows what holds up here. 25% off Infinity by Marvin windows, the toughest windows on the market. 12 months, no interest financing available. Guys, it doesn't get better than this. 25% off Infinity by Marvin windows, 12 months, no interest financing available. Find out more at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
Don't worry, Dan. I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum, when for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come in the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
For 90 years, Belco Credit Union has proudly called Colorado home. That's thanks to all our members who have helped us grow alongside our beautiful state. To celebrate our anniversary, Belco is offering a special low fixed rate on a new home equity choice line advance. If you've been waiting to start a new home renovation project, now's the perfect time. Go to belco.org/90 years to see full offer details. Equal housing opportunity lender. Membership eligibility required. All loans subject to approval. Belco, banking for everyone.
Well, I don't know what joint pain feels like. A full day of yard work, 18 holes of golf. I mean, yeah, I'll feel some joint pain, but after a couple of days, I'm back to normal. I can't imagine what it's like to feel that kind of pain constantly. If this is you, please consider what QC Kinetics could do for you. They use all-natural, regenerative treatments, taking your greatest weapon, your own body's healing properties, applied directly to that aching joint, restoring that joint to the point that you enjoy lasting relief. QC Kinetics helps people find lasting relief for that chronic chronic pain in their knees, hips, back, and shoulders. It's done all naturally with no drugs, no steroids, or surgery. One of the benefits of working with QC Kinetics these last several years is hearing from so many satisfied patients about the people they dealt with, the care they received, and the results that allowed them to get back to living and enjoying their lives. Schedule your free consultation. Call 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. With locations and offices in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and Colorado Springs, it's QC Connect.
Listener appreciation.
Our RamosLaw.com texters always answer the bell.
Mentorship. You can't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
Yeah.
And words of wisdom.
Don't let my confidence offend your insecurity.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We're back.
I like that.
Yeah, that was good.
Give us a reminder. You and I, John and I are talking off air. The music's playing, and just give us the "we're back" reminder. So, you guys, hey,
Thank God we've got the little guy.
Yeah.
Click in. Mark and Ty Fuji behind the glass doing great. Mark and I talking all kinds of things. The Joker and things between break. I'm going to go for it the rest of my life. Nobody knows what that means.
Yeah.
Except Sean Payton, because every position could do it. But Mark, the Denver Nuggets, earlier we talked about it. You predicted the odds makers would have them at 48 wins. It's 50, so you pretty much nailed it. Regular season doesn't really matter as far as our view of the Nuggets. It's what they do when they get to the postseason. You and I talked off air, but I think it's fascinating to talk about the way the Timberwolves just decided they're not afraid of the Nuggets, and then they went out there and proved it. In the early 90s, the Raiders were really kind of having their way with the Denver Broncos. There wasn't a lot the Broncos could do. The Raiders weren't scared of them. The Raiders were beating them regularly. At the end of Wade Phillips' first year, they beat them week 17 in L.A. and then beat them again the next week in the wild card round of the playoffs. No fear. Mike Shanahan comes in with you in 1995. First game you play the Raiders, you physically take it to them, you dominate them, and you shut them out on Monday Night Football. What was Shanahan's message as far as like identity and toughness and things like that going against a team that previously was really having its way with you?
Yeah, I think it's probably a lot of the same thing that goes on in Minnesota in regards to the Timberwolves versus the Nuggets. I remember plain as day as Mike sitting or standing in front of the team meeting room saying, and this went on for 6 seasons as I played for him, and I sure went on, well after I was gone. If you go man for man, talent, roster to roster, the Raiders are better than us. They've got more talent, but talent is not what wins. Toughness is what wins. And we are so much more mentally and physically tough than they are. And that's what sets us apart. And then we went on over that 6-year period in my time here to be 11-1. The only game we lost was the one where Napoleon Kaufman went off for 227 yards or something.
Crazy.
But 11-1 in my 6 years here as a starter for the Broncos, and it always played out that way, is that, yeah, they're super talented. Roster for roster, they're probably more talented than we are, but we are so much tougher than them. Both, like I said, physically, more importantly, mentally. We're just tougher than they are. And it's how it always started off as kind of a rock fight early, and then all of a sudden they folded their tent. They would always fold their tents like, man, I don't want to be involved in a rock fight.
And they get out of there.
Right. And then it was that way. And I look at the Nuggets in Minnesota, and I bet you a dime to a dollar, same conversations or like conversations are happening in that locker room. Yeah, you know what? They got the best player in the world in Jokic. Whoop-de-doo. They've got Jamal. We don't care. They can't handle us from a athletic standpoint and a physicality standpoint. As long as you play physical against the Nuggets, you're going to have a chance to win.
And going to that, Mike comes in here. He changes the culture. He changes that mindset. But he brings in you. He brings in Bill Romanowski. He brings in some other guys that are willing to mix it up. Guys that have that mentality that matches what he wants. And maybe that's a concern with the Nuggets is they're running it back. So is it something they can correct from a messaging standpoint to the locker room? Or to get those guys, do they have to bring in their Schlereths, their Romanowskis, their different players? Can it be corrected as currently constructed?
I look at that and I think, well, the dude that was kind of that enforcer type guy for me was, Gordon when he was healthy. Can Payton Watson have that kind of effect? I don't know. But certainly, based upon the results of the series with Minnesota, there is, as currently constructed, there is nobody that I trust to say, this is not going to be, this is going to change. This is going to be different than it was a year ago, and then I don't buy it from the coach either. Mm-hmm. Like, I know one thing. If somebody came out and said that about the Nuggets and Michael Malone was coaching, and then you came out with a lackluster performance and didn't respond to what McDaniel said, I know there'd be some rage timeouts, there'd be some rage technicals, there'd be some and we'd hear about it. We'd hear about it after the game. Like that's just so unacceptable. And for the Nuggets to just let that happen. And be like, they caught us on that one. Like, how? How could that happen?
And I think there's a blueprint out on that, too. And, again, we're talking the Nuggets to the postseason. It's any team's going to look at that and go, well, just do what the Timberwolves did. Just meet Jamal at half court and suffocate him, and we'll do all these other things. And everybody says, yeah, well, they get Aaron Gordon back. Well, 2 years ago, they lost to the Wolves with Aaron Gordon. So that doesn't totally add up to me. Every excuse the Nuggets put forth could easily be undone. Well, they didn't have these two players. Well, the Timberwolves didn't have. They were missing DiVincenzo and Anthony. They were missing the two best scorers. Yeah, and they didn't care. They didn't blink. And it goes back to that mindset you had when you all played the Raiders. You were 0-4 in 1999, 1998 season, the season after the Super Bowl that John retired. You all were 0-4. You went into Oakland week 5 and you won.
Yeah,
You hadn't won a game. And you're like, oh, we'll get one.
Yeah,
we got the Raiders up next.
Here's a good thing, the Raiders. So let's roll.
And that's what the Nuggets are to the Timberwolves, to the point where the Timberwolves are so unafraid they reconstructed their roster this offseason because the Nuggets aren't even a threat to them anymore. So I think that's just kind of where it comes back to, like you said. Michael Malone wouldn't let it happen. Does Gordon and Watson do it? I just don't see anybody on this Nuggets as currently constructed that just suddenly flips a switch and is the tough guy in the room and is the guy that gets them all going. If anything, you might get laughed at if you're being inauthentic and trying to go about it. So they've got to get some different guys in this locker room or on the coaching staff. There's been discussion about maybe bringing an assistant with head coaching experience.
Yeah.
Maybe that does it, but it's got to be something like that.
Yeah, I think that, and it doesn't have to be a full-time starter. It can be a bench guy that just you come in and you're an enforcer.
Yeah.
And when things aren't going the way you want, and you need some tough, hard fouls, and you need somebody to get up in the grill of somebody defensively, you need a couple of those. You need a couple of those dudes on your team. And that goes without saying. That goes across the board, whether you're playing in the NBA, whether you're playing in the NFL, whether you're, it doesn't matter who it is or what the sport is, hockey. You got to have a couple of those dudes that be like, this is a dude that is going to drop gloves when something doesn't go right in a moment's notice and put a hurting on some people. Somebody's messing with your goalie, and that we need that guy. The Josh Mansons of the world, the Avs have. We need a dude that is not going to take crap off of anybody. And like I said, it doesn't have to be a starter, but I don't know. I mean, obviously we didn't see that guy come to the forefront, rise to the top against this Minnesota Timberwolves after they got punked multiple times.
Right, and that's one of those things that I remember, not to pick on Garrett Bowles, when he came in and he said, hitting my quarterback is like messing with my wife. And then Trevor Siemian got his head torn off and nobody did anything about it. Like, it's one of those, you need the guy that goes and shoves the guy down after the play for messing with somebody. Or maybe not after the play. Like I said, we're not advocating for crazy stuff, but make it hard to go to the lane. And just who is that guy that when he comes on the court, the other team's like, we got to deal with this guy for the next 10 minutes. And he might not hit any shots, but he's going to hack every player we have.
You know, one of the interesting things for me, and I understand, you know, fouls and getting in the bonus and all that stuff, but it's like, for me, giving up a quarterback hit or a sack versus getting a holding call. Dude, I'll take a holding call 100% of the time.
Yeah.
And so I will undress you if I get beat. And I remember a game against the opening game in '99 where we got waxed by Miami, and they're running all kinds of games, and they're running these grab stunt games, and they're looping the defensive end around. And I remember, forget the defensive end's name, Trace Armstrong.
Trace Armstrong.
Running around the corner. I got the defensive tackle's got a hold of me, and there's just like I'm not going to get off him. And here comes Trace. He's gonna get a quarterback hit or a sack. And I remember just reaching out with my left hand and grabbing by the face mask and yanking his ass right to the ground. And I mean, got peppered with 6 flags, hit me. And I'm like, all right, well, at least he didn't get a QB hit, right?
And you made it hard on him on his way there.
Right. He got his head ripped off, right, by me grabbing his face mask. But the point being, going back to the Nuggets, is like there are times where I would rather you go to the foul line and get two charity stripe shots than going up and thunder dunking on us and having all kinds of momentum. So I would much rather take that foul, and punish you for getting by the original defender that's out on the 3-point line that gets blown by. Well, you're going to pay for getting to the rim.
Yeah,
that's what they call the rim protection. My rim protection is maybe I can't jump, but I can tackle.
Yeah.
Right. That type of thing.
Yeah, make them think about it every time they go through. So the Nuggets, toughen up. Our guy James Marilat joins us next.
4 straight 50-win seasons. A quiet offseason that's drawing bottom-of-the-league grades, and yet Vegas still has the Nuggets over-under at 49.5 wins. So is Jokic enough to keep Denver in the conversation while the rest of the West gets better? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Colorado Fat Loss. Before you think about starting GLP-1s, ask yourself, are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 a year, stay on the medication long term? Once most people get off the GLP-1 shots, the weight starts coming back. How about a doctor-developed program that helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days, safe and naturally? I'm firsthand can tell you. I went on the program. Within the first 7 weeks, lost 32 pounds. It was easy. No injections, synthetic hormones, long-term dependence. They use real food that you buy at your grocery store to reset your metabolism. They don't send you a box of stuff that comes to your front porch and you just add water and put in the microwave. No, this is real food. I'm talking about steak. I'm talking about chicken, fish, vegetables, fruits. It is unbelievable, and the weight melts off, guys. So you want to check this program out. I'm telling you, you're going to absolutely love it. For a free phone consultation, they'll get back to you. All you have to do is hit them up online at coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Six-pack abs. That's going to take a lot of work. Finding that perfect tan. Hey, you got burned, but that's how you get your base tan. You put a lot of work into feeling and looking your best for the summer, but fixing your hair loss could end up making the biggest difference. Great opportunity to get introduced to advanced hair restoration and take advantage of their once-yearly summer savings event. I got introduced 20 years ago, and boy, am I glad I did. They stopped my rapidly receding hairline, and here we are 2 decades later with a head of hair that I feel good about. Advanced hair restoration uses an incredibly simple yet effective one-day hair loss solution that takes your own hair and begins to regrow the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow. No magic, no gimmicks, just real science, the latest technology, and legendary Dr. Tanya Pauls, who did my hair 20 years ago. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and at advancehair.com. That's advancehair.com.
Summer weather can be full of surprises. If your home has been affected by the recent storms, trust a local professional roofer with decades of combined experience. Golden Spike Roofing is here for all your repair or roof replacement needs. Call today for a free inspection and estimate for roofing done right down to the last nail.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
Nothing beats a Santiago's breakfast burrito, fresh, made from scratch, and smothered in their famous green chili every single day since 1991. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or a burrito on the go, nearly 30 locations across the Denver metro mean you're never far from your favorite meal. And right now, when you stop into Santiago's, you can make a difference too. Round up your change, make a donation, or grab some chocolates at the counter to support Sungate Kids, helping keep Colorado's children safe. Santiago's, faithfully authentic.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Delusional confidence. I'm tougher than Mark. Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
gummy bear. And personal hygiene.
Holy Moses. Guy's excited about showering.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis sitting in today. We're going to bring on James Marilat here soon, but today, from noon to 1 p.m., it's the next giveaway for our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant located at 1150 East Bridge Street in Brighton. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. And we are now joined by our guy, James Marilat. James, we got you?
What's up, fellas? Hey, people, if they're going to go get a shirt, I got a suggestion for them. Be there early because they've been going in like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
So get in line, get there early because they are a hot commodity. That's my community service announcement for the morning.
Well, I appreciate that, James. Thank you. Those are always great T-shirts. I do want to start before we talk about the Broncos or the Nuggets or anything. I want wrist update. How is the wrist? I know you had some surgery on that. I don't mean to put your business on the streets, but how you doing?
It's coming along all right. So I'm still in, the post-op soft cast that they give you because you're so swollen. All the swelling is gone. So now it's to the point where it's like it's too loose, Mark. So it's like my wrist is moving. So I go in Wednesday for the hard cast, and then I got 4 more weeks in that. So I'm looking forward to that because then I can do stuff.
James, we're getting so many get well cards here at the station for you and your wrists. So
overwhelming.
Yes.
It's really been touching. But yes, I feel bad for the folks down in the mailroom.
They got to handle it. So James, the Broncos training camp, we're about a little over a week away. Mark and I have been talking today, both offensively and defensively. I'll just ask you about the defense. What is your biggest concern about the Broncos defense as they head into training camp and the season?
I think my biggest concern is probably depth. They've got some nice young players in the front 7, but, John Franklin Myers leaving. It's like, okay, somebody else has to step up. Is it a Wuzurike who kind of becomes that next guy that's ready to play that many snaps? And then, the Jonathan Cooper situation, if he ends up getting suspended and he misses some time, which I would assume is going to happen, but who knows with when the trial is going to go down. It's now, okay, Jonah Ellis is the starter, and all of a sudden you don't have as many guys for that rotation. So I would say depth in the front 7 is my biggest concern. And along that same line is middle linebacker, right? Like Dre Greenlaw didn't do much last year. His most memorable moment was getting in a fight with a referee after the game. That was the pinnacle of his Broncos career in terms of things we're going to remember. But, Justin Cernad now becoming a starter. Alex Singleton, we all love Alex Singleton, it's tough as nails, good player, but I don't think either one of them is great on the inside. So then you look at it and say, well, who's behind him? If something happens to one of those guys and you're playing a position where you're in the heat of the moment all the time. So, somebody's going to go down. Who's backing them up? So for me, it's depth on the defensive side.
All right, what about on the offensive side? Let's switch that, and let's take Bo Nix out of the equation. Let's say, hey, Bo Nix can be healthy for 17 games. What's your biggest concern with this offense taking that next step and being productive and taking some of the pressure off the defense?
Yeah, I think it's whether or not they're going to be able to get Jalen Waddle involved quickly, right? The fact that Bo hasn't been there all offseason, I think, will be a little bit of a factor with that. You've got a different play caller. That might help. It might hurt. I don't know. And then a year ago, the big addition, if we were sitting here having this conversation 365 days ago, it was, hey, they got Evan Ingram. They got their joker. He's going to be a mismatch nightmare for opposing defenses. They're going to move him all over, and it never came to fruition. So is that an Evan Ingram problem? Is it a coaching staff problem? It's probably a combination of both, but what's the percentages? And then you also factor in 2 years in a row now, at the end of the season, Sean's come out and said, we need to do a better job of getting Marvin Mims involved. Look, Jalen Waddle is light years better than Marvin Mims, right? He runs much better routes. He's a better receiver. Football IQ is much better. But those are two things of the inability to get Evan Ingram involved last year as much as we thought. Marvin Mims, they kind of forget about him. He had been the big play sort of guy in the receiver room. Does make me worry a little bit of is this coaching staff going to be able to get Jalen Waddle incorporated early, and is he going to be as effective as we think he should be and can be? He's a great player. He's the best offensive weapon they've had, probably since Cortland Sutton pre-knee injury, and then before that it was Demaryius Thomas. Like, he's that good. But are they going to be able to get the most out of him? That's a question I have in my mind.
We're talking to James Marilat now. So, James, with Bo Nix, every list that comes out seems to somehow find a way to get Broncos fans in uproar with disrespect over Bo Nix. Is he currently being properly rated, or underrated? I'm not saying he's being overrated on any of these lists, but is it properly rated, underrated? And if he is properly rated, what does he need to do to kind of get in the better graces with all these people?
I think he's a bit underrated. I'm not up in arms when he falls to 16 on some of these lists or whatever. And you look at some of the guys that are ahead of him, it's like, would I take Bo Nix over Brock Purdy? I would, but I get why Brock Purdy's on the list. I mean, he's done more in the league. San Francisco's had a lot of success, right? He's gone to big games and performed well, so I understand that. But I think Bo Nix is a really good player. I think he's bordering on being a great player. I don't know what people want to see from him. He's clutch in the fourth quarter. He puts up good numbers. He can run. He's got a much bigger arm than we thought he did. He can make plays in a lot of different ways. So I think he's slightly underrated. I think the big thing is he's got to perform more consistently, right? You can't be bad for the first 3 quarters and then just turn it on in the fourth. That's what he needs to eliminate.
And with that, James, last thing from me. I forget which station he's going to be on, but are you going to be tuning into the Russell Wilson pregame shows on TV this year?
CBS.
Yeah, CBS.
CBS. Yeah.
How excited are you?
In.
Let's rock.
I mean, I'll probably record it and then go back and rewatch it after all the games too, just to see all the things that Russ was right about. So I can come in and make sure I let Mark know every morning. But look, it'll be a good fit for Russ. He did that last year. I think it was the Giants bye week that he went in and was like a guest in studio. I thought he did a really nice job. So, some team's going to lose a quarterback though, and his phone's going to start ringing. That'll be an interesting decision for Russ at that point.
Yeah, that will be interesting for that team. That you know what that says? Hey, we're in the hunt for Arch Manning next year in the draft. That's what that says to me.
Yeah,
James,
I think the ship has sailed.
Yeah.
I got to get my CBS blazer though to go with my collection of jerseys.
Yeah, exactly. All the best, buddy. Thanks, and heal up, buddy.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
That was our guy, James Marilat, joining us. The World Cup is over. What do Mark and I think about that? That and all the other headlines around the sports world. We'll do that next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. I wore glasses all growing up. Then when I hit my 30s, playing for the Broncos, had LASIK surgery, which was awesome. But when I hit my mid-50s, guys, I started needing readers for everything I was doing. I never seemed to have them when I needed them. I was out to dinner with my wife, didn't have my readers. I was upstairs like reading, and they were downstairs where I was watching film earlier, vice versa. Well, listen, man, I went to Cudarelli Vision, and I had a refractive lens exchange. I can tell you what, firsthand, it is a game changer. Can be for you as well, guys. So Dr. Cudarelli and Cudarelli Vision, they are the number one. Over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust them to tell you when it's the right time for you. Answer all your questions. I'm gonna tell you right now, just a complete and total game changer. So check them out. No readers, no glasses, no contacts, no cataracts. That's ColoradoRLE.com for more information. ColoradoRLE.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Summer is in full swing. Are you spending more time planning for your summer vacation than you are planning for your family's future and peace of mind? Your vacation planning checklist should include completing your estate plan. Let us help you check that off the list. Our process is streamlined so you can get back out there and enjoy the summer. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, PSA and T-test, and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
The rent's coming up.
Also, gotta get groceries. And I should probably set up an emergency fund. Plus, I want to start my own business. Sorta. Maybe. But first, the trip I've been dying to take.
Wings is here to make sure it all adds up. Wings Credit Union. Let's figure it out together. Insured by NCUA.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. With all these Bluebird days in Colorado, enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. Through July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing is available. Visit gobluebirdco.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Your logistics business moves fast. Is your team keeping up? Express Employment Professionals connects you with qualified talent at expresspros.com. Express, respecting people, impacting business.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad. What? If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you have to say that yesterday?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis sitting in with Mark Schlereth. Mark, you had a good weekend hanging out with your old buddies, didn't you, this past weekend?
Great weekend. Always great to see everybody, and just talking smack and busting each other's onions and, but just being together. I mean, there's a lot of love there. We all just have such a infinity for one another, and you grow up and you go through the times you went through as football players and being on the same team and doing all that stuff and, the ups and downs. And we just got a tight-knit group. We were always there for each other. And that was year 26 for us.
Wow.
So
you've hit it every year. You
Yeah.
found a way to meet up every year for
every
26
year
years.
for 26 years. And obviously every now and again, like 2 years ago, I had a wedding in England during that weekend, so I didn't make it 2 years ago. But I think I've missed – over the course of that 26 years, I've missed 2 of the weekends because of, obligations that I had. But other than that, I mean, we have the same group of dudes that have been consistent over that 26 years of showing up for this weekend. And it's funny because we always talk about it. We all have married and wives and kids and all that stuff. But this is a non-negotiable weekend.
That's cool.
Like, it's for all of us, it's like, hey, babe, like, this is like, unless, of course, you have something crazy that comes up that you can't. But it's non-negotiable. I'm going. So that's just the way it is. And it's gotten to the point where my wife, like, she loves it for me so much because she knows how much I love the guys, that she's like, okay, when's Vandal weekend? Let me make sure we get that on the calendar. It's like she's like, because she does all, like, I don't plan anything.
Well, no, if you do, you'll go the wrong weekend.
Yeah, I'll go the wrong weekend, and the whole thing will be screwed up, and and so yeah, that's kind of how we are right there. But it's just a great time to be together.
That's cool. You get to anytime me and my friends get together, we're all in our 40s now. I do find it funny that once we get together, the maturity dips back to when we were in our teens and 20s.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly it's the exact and the conversations the conversations you have just are they're just not fit for anywhere but in that little group, and so it's fun, and man, we had a great time. It was great seeing all the guys.
And then while you were in the airport, because you're a professional, Mark Schlereth, you watched the World Cup. You timed your whole trip so you could do that.
Yeah, exactly. Got to the airport early so I could watch the World Cup coverage, or Spain beats Argentina 1-0 to win the World Cup, and it was fun. I mean, being in the Spokane airport, there's only a few TVs around, a little sports bar, and I hunkered down to the coffee shop that was right across the steps, going up there. So I sat down, got a gigantic latte, and ended up doing some work and scrolling and watching the game, and it was pretty packed. The bar was pretty packed. Everybody watching it was that part was fascinating, man. A lot of people very, interested, even if it's just surface interest, like what's it all about. A lot of people, walked through between their flights or whatever, and caught 4 or 5 minutes before they had to go to their gate or whatever. So watched that over the course of probably an hour as I was sitting there in the, I got in somewhere in the probably 70th, 80th minute and watched it through its conclusion.
It was fascinating to watch a game. And again, I don't watch soccer all the time. To watch this game with such high stakes, and I have no idea when it's ending.
Dude, was driving me crazy because I was sitting there, my coffee was done, and I was like, when are they going to blow I don't know when they're going to blow it. And, Spain takes that 1-0 advantage, and I'm like,
I thought it was over.
Right, too. I was like, sudden death, yahoo! Like, why are they still playing this game? And then it just kept going and going and going. And I was like, would you guys, for the love of Pete, end this thing? Because I got to walk up to my gate and get on a plane. And it finally did end, but that was just another one of those things that drove me crazy. I don't know, like, if you're just fascinated with the event, and now soccer goes right back to where it always is with the majority of Americans who are like me. Mm-hmm. Like, I only watch during World Cup. I don't give a rip the rest of the time. Or do you go, man, I really was intrigued by this sport. I'm gonna glom onto or latch onto a team. Like, I'm gonna latch onto a Premier League team, or I'm gonna latch onto Spain, or I'm gonna latch onto
the Rapids.
Whoever you like. Or, I'm gonna watch my local Rapids team or whatever. So it'll be interesting to see how much of a bump that soccer gets from just this unbelievable World Cup that we just witnessed.
Yeah, that's what I'm interested to see, because big events, Super Bowl 50 breeded a bunch of diehard Denver Bronco fans. And the Nuggets a few years ago in the Avalanche, you create diehard fans. Mm. This year, our team didn't win, so I wonder how that's going to go. But Mark, we have breaking ranking news.
Okay.
NFL Top 100. Bo Nix, his placement in the NFL Top 100 has come out. Where do you think it is?
I'm going to say I'm not sure where we are on this list. I think we had gotten down to
Cortland was 68.
68. I think we'd gotten down to the the high to mid 60s. I'm going to say Bo Nix 61.
Not bad. 59.
59.
59.
All right. And he cracked the 50s.
Yeah, he's in the top 50s of the players in the NFL. It's up from 64 last year. I don't get too angry at where Bo gets ranked on a lot of these things, because I can see kind of where they arrive at that. I think that's about appropriate for Bo Nix, but I do wonder if it maybe should have been higher. When you see a guy get his team to the AFC Championship, he breaks his ankle, and they can't do much without him in there.
Yeah.
Maybe that ranking should be a little higher than 59.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I'm not too upset about it. Now, let me see who gets ranked way ahead of him, and like I'm going to get irritated when Caleb Williams is ranked way ahead of him.
one.
Yeah, and in some of the other guys, Jaden Daniels is going to be ranked way ahead of him, and he missed the majority of last year injured. Like then I'm going to get slightly perturbed.
Yeah, that's kind of where it comes in, is who gets ahead of him, because then it turns into is it anti-Bronco bias. One thing with Bo that I'll say, I love Bo. Bo's great. I think he's the quarterback of the future, all of that stuff for the Broncos. There's a couple things. He started the last 2 seasons, his rookie year and last year, very slow.
Mm-hmm.
Last year against Tennessee, it was actually kind of alarming how discombobulated he looked back there. He looked lost. He looked rushed. So this year, I think he needs to come out and he needs to start quicker. And I also think when it comes to these rankings, as Broncos fans, we kind of want to forget certain things. That London game against the Jets happened, and everybody saw that. Thursday night against the Raiders happened, and everybody saw it, and those teams sucked.
Right.
So there is reasons where I think people do look at Bo and say, hey, I'm not willing to just shove this guy into the top 20 players, and I think it's justified in some cases.
Completely agreed. I mean, again, it's a matter of consistency, and then you've got to overcome 2 inherent biases when you're talking about the national media and the Denver Broncos. One is, they're just led by their defense. Their defense is great. 68 sacks last year. Their defense is phenomenal. And then 2 is, Bo Nix got elevated the first round, but he's not really a first rounder, comparatively speaking, to the other guys that were part of that 6-man draft class. And you just kind of, it's funny how they just brush over J.J. McCarthy and they just kind of brush over Penix. And they boil this draft class down to really Caleb Williams, Jade McDaniels, and Drake May. And then it's kind of those 3, and then ... it's the other 3 guys. And so he gets lumped in, and this bothers me. I feel like Bo gets lumped in with Penix and J.J. McCarthy as opposed to being lumped in with Jade McDaniels, Drake May, and Caleb Williams. There's that delineating line that just really irritates me.
It bothers me, and because one thing, too, about Bo is 2 years ago, and you talk about kind of the media bias with the Broncos, it's interesting how certain things just kind of go away. 2 years ago, the Broncos had the Pro Football Focus, the worst roster in the NFL.
Yeah.
And as a rookie, he gets that roster to the playoffs. Well, then suddenly he's doing it because he's got a great roster. He can't win. They can't win because it's a bad roster. Oh, wait, actually, it's a good roster. And so that's the reason we don't believe in Bo Nix. There's a lot of goalpost moving with where they want to give him credit.
Yeah, there's no question there is. And it does irritate me. And the other thing that irritates me is the pre-draft narratives that continue to kind of follow him. Like, he doesn't have an elite level arm. What? Wait, have you guys watched him play? Like, no. But you carried this, he's multiple schools, and he was really just kind of in Auburn, all he really did was run, and in Oregon, it was all just a quick passing game, and it was the guys around him that, no. So, all those things, he should have been a second rounder, just have followed him, and I think he's acquitted himself quite well of all those narratives, but they continue to get drug along the career with him. And so they'll take care of themselves when he comes out this year and is exceptional, but it does bother me that he's more in line on the national narrative. He's more in line with Penix and J.J. McCarthy. They lump those 3 together, and then they lump the other 3 together, and he deserves to be lumped in, and is probably deserves to be questioned, like, where are you? Like, if you're looking at that group right now and you're rating that group, you're like, okay, Drake May, I get it. Drake May played exceptionally well last year. But then if you're talking about the second overall quarterback from just a performance over the last 2 years, just from performance alone, it's Bo Nix, and then it's Jaden Daniels, and then it's Caleb Williams.
Yeah, then it's Caleb Williams. By the way, I constantly in my head am saying, am I talking about Jaden Daniels or Jaden McDaniels?
I know it.
Have to do that.
I just crushed myself right there.
John Gruden talked about this position group for the Broncos and why we should be excited about it. What group is he talking about? We get to that next.
Jalen Waddle's here. Davis Webb's calling plays. The defense that reached the AFC Championship is back. But the number one storyline at Broncos training camp starts and ends with Bo Nix's ankle.
Are you positive that ankle's broken?
Is he fully healthy? And what does that mean for Denver's Super Bowl hopes? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Hey guys, are you an experienced sheet metal worker ready for more than just a job? Join Smart Local 9 for family-supported wages, employer-paid health care, and secure retirement with pension and 401k. Experience the power of collective bargaining. Visit smw9.com, where pride meets your future.
You know what I could really go for right now? Literally anything that comes in a McDonald's carton, wrapper, or bag. Or a McDonald's cup. Yes, any of those items should do it.
Summer just got even sweeter with soft drinks under $1 at McD's. Get any size soft drink, like a Coke, Sprite, or sweet tea, just 99 cents. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. subtle intimidation.
I had to give Ty the look.
You did. I was
gave
wondering.
Ty a little bit of a like.
I was wondering what you were doing.
There's a little quizzical look.
Skill debating.
You didn't think I was going to flip it on your head like this. See
Yeah,
how I
you're
did
coming
that?
back at me. I
Right.
like this.
You
This is
regret
good.
this now.
And plenty of pet peeves.
Put your phone in your pocket and you never go back and get it.
It is a source of so much frustration for Mark. It drives him crazy.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis in today for Mike Evans, hanging out with Mark Schlereth. Mark, your buddy John Gruden. I don't think anybody loves football more than John Gruden.
Nobody does.
Nobody loves football.
There's not one person on the planet that loves it more than John Gruden loves it.
And he talked about Jalen Waddle and this Broncos receivers group.
This man is 27 years old. He has speed, route running ability, yard after the catch production. He has not had over 1,000 yards the last 2 seasons. He did have over 1,000 his first 3. But if you look at Waddle's career average production, you're talking 81 catches, 1,098 yards, and 6 touchdowns per season. That's what he averages coming into Denver. I can't wait to see what Sean Payton does with Waddle, Cortland Sutton, and particularly Marvin Mims.
Interesting there, kind of a few things to unpack there with John Gruden. I think overall with Jalen Waddle has, over the past years, because he's playing opposite Tyreek Hill, which is the quote-unquote number 2, has he become kind of underrated when it comes to viewing the elite wide receivers in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the Tyreek Hill thing, he takes so much attention or creates so much attention that I think that definitely pulls some of that, just some of that shine off of Jalen Waddle. So there's part of that, and then you talk about the last 2 years not having 1,000 yards. Look at the regression of Tua in those 2 years. I mean, he just was. I remember preparing for a game last year between Tampa and Carolina, and if they couldn't hit their play action, their play action stuff, the timing and the anticipation of the play action stuff they ran, it was like Tua had never thrown a ball from the pocket before. It was so drastic on what he looked like what he looked like in play action versus what he looked like in drop back. He was so bad. I mean, scary bad.
They benched him.
Yeah,
and
it was awful last year. So those last 2 years, and then the year before that, he got that severe concussion, and was out for 5 or 6 weeks before he came back. I really like Tua. I like him as a human. He's just a great human. And I really like the anticipatory nature of his game. It just is, he just looked, if you pressure him and he's in drop back, he just looked like he didn't belong. And so I don't necessarily credit Jalen Waddle with lack of production the last 2 years. I really look at that more as, Mike McDaniel and this offense and Tua and the issues that they went through as an offense in general.
Yeah, and I bet Waddle's getting ready to kind of show out. He's probably eager to. John Gruden mentioned there, he said 3 wide receivers. He said, Jalen Waddle along with Cortland Sutton, and then he named Marvin Mims. If we were to go to the Broncos Common Spirit down there right now, do you think the Broncos would rank their receivers Jalen Waddle, Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims?
No, I don't. I think that Marvin to me becomes he does a couple of things really well. Obviously, he's a great returner, and then he's your orbit sweep, your jet motion, throw the bubble screen guy, and then he's running dagger and lift, just run by the middle of the football field, run through coverage, and potentially get a deep route. But we're talking about route running ability and all those things and the things that you want. Those things are great, but those are really situational things. Do you know what I mean? It's just a specific situation. We're trying to convert on a 3rd and long, and we run dagger. And we want Marvin Mims in the slot just running the defense out of there so that we can create a hole for that 18-yard in-cutting route, right? That's what we want. And so, that's a specific role that doesn't lend itself to, to being expanded. To me, I think the guy that they would probably, behind closed doors, be most intrigued with, and the guy that will get the lion's share of the opportunity, at least early, is Pat Bryant.
And why is it? Because he's the slower of the 3, Franklin, Mims, Bryant. He's probably more possession guy, so why would he be 3 ahead of the other 2?
Because I think that you look at Cortland as the pure X and the big body and what he does outside the numbers, and so he's going to be that guy that's going to be given that role. And then I think you put Waddle for the majority of the time at the Z on the other side outside. It's kind of like that DT Emmanuel Sanders position. And then in the slot, Pat Bryant is a different cat in the slot because he's a big body guy that can capture the middle of the football field. And very much like Michael Thomas back in the day, he's built somewhat like him. Not the fastest dude, but big, physical, in the middle of the football field, running the shallow crosses, spotting up over the ball. He gives you that opportunity in the middle of the football field to be very dynamic, to catch the ball, be a possession guy, and to use that big body to where I don't need a ton of separation. I can do it with the body and leverage like a great rebounder. So those are the guys that I see being given the lion's share of the opportunity.
And Sean Payton loves the Pat Bryant style of wide receiver, the big body.
Dude,
he loves. That's what he's had his whole
right.
Michael Thomas. That's how he's drafted him and brought him in.
He said it to me on multiple occasions in multiple meetings. I got to have big bodies to capture the edge of the football field. I got to have big bodies to capture the middle of the football field. And he's a huge believer in that when it comes, especially the wide receiver position, and especially as you get to the red zone. I need big-bodied guys that can post up. I need big-body guys that can go over a DB and catch a fade, right? And capture the edge, capture the sideline, because their bodies are such that you can't defend them when they go up over the top. So there doesn't have to be a lot of room. You can just go up and essentially out-rebound a defensive back.
So they've got this crowded room, as everybody's talked about, because Mims, Franklin, and Bryant, none of them did enough to justify moving on from them. They all played well enough, but obviously the Broncos felt they had to improve somewhere because they went and got Jalen Waddle. It appears to me that Troy Franklin's the guy whose role is just kind of up in the air because you've got the speedster, the route runner now with Jalen Waddle. You've got the possession guy with Pat Bryant. Mims will be on the roster, I believe, because of his special teams capability. So Troy Franklin's just kind of the guy whose reps may suffer simply because there's only so many spots on the field and only so many plays you can run for certain styles.
And Franklin he was incredibly productive last year, so there's great value there, and he can run. We know that about him. So it'd be really interesting for me if a situation this year happens like it did last year, where all of a sudden Devon Bailey, one day he's a Bronco and he's out there producing on the the practice field and everything else. The next day he's a New Orleans Saint.
It's impossible.
Yeah, they got
it's
him.
literally
And
impossible.
2 years ago, it was Tim Patrick,
right,
who's balling out in the preseason. So we'll keep this going. Who could be the odd man out in this Broncos receiver room if it comes to that? Mark and I will keep that going next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Recently talked to my buddy Troy Hansford about the housing market. Said, hey man, this has been crazy. It was super hot a couple summers ago. Prices declining. Tons of inventory on the market right now. Something people haven't seen in quite some time here in Denver, Colorado. But if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What does he ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price that you guys agree upon, plus the timeline that you agree upon. He's going to scratch you a check for $5,000. Nobody else is going to make you that offer. He makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings. Has about 100 families approved and ready to buy. You have a house, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash, close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy. Get your home sold for the most money, 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply. I want to sell your house. Call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We've just celebrated our 27th year in business. Thank you for your continued support.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Job shaping. You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver. Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course they
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We'll be talking Broncos wide receiver room here in just a few seconds. But first, our training camp t-shirts are back today from noon to 1 p.m. It's the next giveaway of our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll be at Santiago's Mexican Restaurant located at 1150 East Bridge Street in Brighton. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. These are going quick. They're going within 15 minutes sometimes, so it is limit one per person while supplies last. Get down there noon to 1 p.m. Santiago's Mexican Restaurant, 1150 East Bridge Street in Brighton. Mark, we're talking a little bit about the Broncos wide receiver room. John Gruden got excited about it. Real quick, for the listeners that weren't here earlier, what is it like to sit and watch film with John Gruden when it's just you two?
Oh, I mean, like what you hear from John Gruden when he's doing bar stools or anything that he's doing is exactly who he is 24/7, regardless of what the topic is. So, like, you could just be like, we sat there, we got together and probably were in his office for 6 hours. And, 5 hours of watching film, but we'd be watching film and suddenly he'd get a thought in his head that he wanted to go over with me. And then it would be like, got a question for you. But it's in John Grudenese, so it's like, he'd be like, hey, Schlereth, we're right across the table and like startling. Let me ask you a question about protection, all right? So we got this blitz a lot when I was coaching. We used to call it bombers, you know, and you're like, okay. And it's you're looking around for a camera. There's no camera on. It's just it's exactly who he is. He goes, all right, so we're slide to protection week. It's a 4-man protection with the center, right? And we're coming over there to pick up 4 weak, and then all of a sudden you'd be like, but then we get simulated pressure on the back. So can you change the protection and redirect it, you know, and get over to the strong side of the formation? And it is like, how did you do it? And then he's like, how did you guys do it in Denver? You know, and so then you would have these conversations about slide and redirecting protection and, you know, and all those things that you just did, and it was natural, but it was funny because, you know, it's exactly who he is regardless. And then it's all of a sudden it's a question about, you know, about the front side of zone. You know, you got a bubble look with a 5 technique over the offensive tackle. What's your footwork and steps? You know, and you're like, all right, you want to get into this? Let's go. I'm good.
I like how it's, hey, Schlereth, and you're like, I'm the only other person in this room. You don't need to say mine. Who else will we be talking to? So with that, you
could just be like, let me ask you a question. Schlereth, let me ask you a question.
Just ask me the question, dude. It's all good.
But it was awesome getting up on the grease board, and then, you know, even doing, like, I even came around the table and then got in a demo position. So here's one of the things that happens on the backside of, you know, a run game, right? And then we get into philosophy of backside stuff and how I want things to feel to a defender and how I want them to play. So, you know, you tie concepts together. On the backside, you're tying together a tight zone and using that tight zone footwork and trying to mimic and make it identical to power, like a deuce block on the front side of a gap, so that you can get the guy to play one thing and then can play the other thing completely the same, and then he's screwed. Like he's completely screws himself on that. And so, you know, we have these conversations, and, you know, then he's like, well, what's your foot place? And he's real big into hands and feet and all that stuff. So, we had these unbelievable conversations. It was a really cool 5 hours of just like the intense football stuff.
5 hours. He asked 3 questions because he needed an hour and a half setting up each question.
Right. Yeah. Essentially.
So, Mark, we were talking the wide receiver room. It's crowded. Last year at the trading deadline, I didn't feel they needed to go get Jalen Waddle, because I didn't think Mims, Bryant, or Troy Franklin had done enough to justify moving on from him. Obviously, the way the season shook out, the Broncos felt we do need to get Jalen Waddle.
Right.
We do need to upgrade. 2 years ago, Tim Patrick left at the end of preseason. Last year it was Devon Vele. Is it realistic to expect one of these receivers, Mims, Franklin, Bryant, to be gone maybe at the end of preseason? And if so, who would you say is the most likely?
Yeah. So I think you look at Sutton, Waddle, Franklin, Mims, Bryant. Like there's a lot. That's, you know, pretty stacked. And then you got a bunch of other dudes on this roster as well. Little Jordan Humphrey, who's always been a part of that. I think the guy who, like on the open market, who gives you the most value is Mims.
For sure.
Because he's a, you know, all-pro punt returner, all-pro returner. And, you know, you see his dynamic nature down the football field over the top. You see some of the stuff he has done with, you know, with the kind of gadget type of plays. I just don't think that's realistic unless they find a returner or have a returner on this roster that I don't know about that's going to be dynamic, and they feel like, hey, this guy secures the ball well, he's going to catch the ball well, like he's going to be a really good returner for us. For me, the odd man out, and I know he's really productive last year, is Troy Franklin, who would give you big-time value. You think about what did he have last year, like 70 catches, something like that.
Yep.
And so He gave you some production. We know he can run. We know that he has grown over the last couple of years since he got drafted with Bo Nix. So all those things, like for me, if you get an injury during training camp, and I guarantee, and I don't know if they'll move anybody, but I guarantee you the phone will ring, George Payton's phone will ring if somebody drops a receiver that they were counting on to be their second or third guy and they need a dude. The Broncos are going to be a team that's going to be called, open for business.
Yes. Yeah, and Franklin's a guy that other teams I could see falling in love with very quickly if they need somebody.
Sure.
He's a fast guy. He does have reps. He's been out there, like you said, the growth. And he would kind of be that guy. A bunch of people on the text line, Bryant won't stay healthy, trust me. So this person can see the future on that. And maybe that's something the Broncos take into consideration is we might lose one of these guys like we did last year. We're just going to keep them all just in case we drop somebody.
You're not going to give a receiver away just because you want to give a receiver away.
No, you're
going to have to get great value. And it's not going to be one of those, hey, Vele got traded for a fourth rounder, and
a seventh, 2 picks.
Yeah, which was you think about what you actually got in return for Vele, who was a seventh round? Was he
seventh round?
He was
pick.
a seventh round
Seventh
pick.
round pick.
So for Franklin, that's a fourth rounder. Can you parlay that fourth rounder into a second rounder?
Yeah, right.
It's going to have to be one of those we're fleecing a team from a draft value, draft capital standpoint, that before you would do something like that. So I definitely think that that's on the table, and it wouldn't surprise me if they got a Vele type of deal, and I mean couple of rounds before, ahead of where he was drafted, that gives you great value. So for Franklin, hey, can we get a second rounder and can we get a seventh rounder or a sixth rounder because you guys are desperate and you need a receiver? And then I could see them making that move. They're not going. If you go to them and say, hey, we'll give you a fourth rounder and seventh rounder for Troy Franklin, you're not making that move. You're just not going to do it.
Right. Yeah. You need it to somebody who got desperate. Is a team with probably playoff aspirations that loses a guy that feels we probably have to overpay to make up for this guy, and the Broncos can take advantage of that. Yeah, that Vele move, a fourth and a seventh, and he didn't, like Devon Vele, he didn't do much in New Orleans either last year. So that was a great move. And to kind of circle back to what you're saying, and a lot of people say it, and I agree, Marvin Mims, I understand the contract year, but you go back to your teams, a guy you and I talked about last week, Darian Gordon, was a big difference maker in special teams. That Super Bowl 50 team, it wasn't always returns, but they had a lot of big plays from guys like David Bruton, Cody Latimer on the special team side. Mm-hmm. If you have Super Bowl aspirations, you can't cut corners on special teams.
Right. No, you got to have those guys. And so, I just again, I don't think they're actively shopping anybody. No. But if the phone rings during training camp, say for instance Detroit calls and Jamison Williams gets hurt, right? And Jamison Williams, their lift the top of coverage guy, their big speed guy over the top. Obviously, doing the dirty work is the Amon-Ra St. Brown, and they got the Tesla kid. That's a big bodied guy. I don't know how big he's, 6'5" or 6'4". He's kind of a big possession guy, and all of a sudden they lost, Williams, who's their speed guy. They could make a phone call, and that's what happened. When Timmy Pats left, he got traded for by Detroit because they needed a possession type of guy, a move the chains type of guy. So, they have a history of dealing with one another, and so that would be interesting to me.
Yeah, so I could see how they're not actively shopping, but a team gets desperate, they overpay. The Broncos got the flexibility to move one of these guys. Bo Nix has been placed on the NFL Top 100 list. Where is he, and is it justified? We'll get into that next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for the Low T Center July. Low T Center is celebrating America's 250th anniversary with our 250 for 250 promotion. Guys who start on testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, between July 1 and July 31st and remain on it for 90 days, going to receive a 250 account credit, guys. $250. And guys, if you suffer from low T, you know the symptoms. You know what I'm talking about. You're talking about lack of energy, just low sex drive, brain fog, decreased motivation, or deceased motivation, whatever you want to say, reduced muscle mass strength. You're not making gains in the gym. You're just not feeling yourself, guys. And I tell you what, you go to Low T Center, man, they're going to use everything at their disposal, from medical tests to past history to what you want to achieve and how you want to feel. And I tell you what, it helps you get your life back. There's no question about it. So for a meeting consultation, go ahead and check them out at fixmylowt.com. You're going to be glad you did. Don't ignore the signs of low testosterone, guys. Get it fixed at fixmylowt.com.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Saving for retirement is like feeling ready for the perfect vacation, where we're going and what we're doing. But when it comes to retirement, most of us don't plan the same level of detail as that family vacation. I didn't realize that until I sat down with my friends at Cajun Wealth. They walked me through everything: my investments, my taxes, my estate plan, and for the first time, it all made sense. No pressure, no confusion language, just clear guidance from fiduciaries who put your interests first. I left the meeting feeling confident, prepared, and honestly relieved. Cajun Wealth helped me turn a bunch of scattered pieces into a real plan, and that's why I'm a client today. If you want your future to feel as organized as that summer vacation itinerary, give Trajan Wealth a call. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. They have offices in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Skip this year's Front Porch Roofing Circus and bring in the local professionals.
Visit us at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
It's home selling season, and what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first. Then, your local Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. One customer said, "I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing." Amazing! Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Zach here. If you're working on your home this summer, lock in a low-interest loan with 5280 Exteriors, as low as 6.99% for 15 years. Get those dream windows, siding, or decking project. Visit 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Miss an electrical problem and it can mean big trouble for your business. That's why Napa delivers the parts, tools, and expertise to catch problems before they become breakdowns. That's Napa know-how.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11. 1. This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Mark, it's been fun getting to sit with you a couple times these past few days before the fellas get back this week from their Evans needs an extra day to recover from vacation or whatever, and then Stoke from whatever Stoke's doing. But we got Bo Nix on the NFL Top 100. He's at 59. Some people might think that's disrespectful to Bo, but you and I were just looking at it. He's ahead of Trevor Lawrence, who came in at 62. And Lamar Jackson, who came in at 69. So is Bo maybe relative to a lot of these other quarterbacks in the NFL being properly rated where he's at on this list?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I think he's got he's got a proper kind of rating. But what's gonna drive you crazy? Like, for instance, it drives us crazy when, like, Caleb Williams, for instance, will be ahead of Bo Nix. And
Caleb will be top 20, I bet. I bet they do that.
right. And so it'll be all that, and that will, it will irritate me. But the bottom line, then I look at if you're in Baltimore right now and you see Bo Nix rated at 62 or 59, excuse me, and Lamar Jackson rated at 69, and you're going, wait a minute, we got a 2-time MVP who's been indefendable. Indefensible.
Because that's indefensible, but that's when
right.
you
but
do something bad.
Right, you can't defend him. He's not defendable. Not defendable.
Not defendable. I think
undefendable fits, right?
Yeah.
Whatever the word is. I don't care what the
You
word
are
is.
technically correct.
Right.
The best kind of correct.
Right. Technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. I agree with that. So he's just been a guy that you can't defend. Now, last year, notwithstanding, I think he started 13 games last year. He had the injury, blah, 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 blah. So, but yeah, if you're in Baltimore right now, you're pissed.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? And my guy is at 69 and Bo Nix is 62. Yeah, you'd be irritated, especially with the body of work. Like, I mean, hell, Patrick Mahomes had a bad year for Patrick Mahomes last year, had an off year, and tore his ACL and missed, 3-4 games, whatever it was. You think he's dropping into the 60s?
No.
Absolutely not. So there's going to be some people that are so pissed off.
And with Lamar, we'll look at Lamar, where he's at, and I think we're starting to see lack of postseason success at some point in your career that starts to dictate the view of you overall. It went from Lamar's the next big thing to he hasn't succeeded in the postseason. Now, neither has Josh Allen. And that's what's interesting with both those guys. Is a long time ago, I might have been talking to you, but a lot of these quarterbacks get to a point to where, okay, what's your signature moment?
Yeah.
Dan Marino didn't have one.
Mm-hmm.
As great as he was, if I went, what's the Dan Marino play? You're going to go to a fake spike against the Jets in the middle of the season. It wasn't in the playoffs. Lamar and Josh Allen, it's getting there to where it's like, okay, where's the thing
I think
that separated you?
Right. The difference between those two guys is Josh Allen has been lights out in the playoffs, and you should have beat Kansas City with 13 seconds left, and your special teams coach has an unbelievable gaffe, and they're able to get that thing tied up and go into overtime, and you lose. But Josh Allen's playoff statistics, you look at them, and they are unbelievably good.
Like historically great.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you look at Lamar's, the first 3-4 times he got to the playoffs, he was the reason they lost. Josh has never been. You could argue that Josh was the reason they lost to a degree last year in the playoffs to Denver, but he'd always played exceptionally well and given his team a chance to win, and the rest of the team, the coaching staff, kind of gaffed it away.
Yeah, Josh he's been really well. He played a little tight against Mahomes a lot of the other time, but overall, Lamar is more like Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert's more like Lamar, if you want, to where they've gotten to the playoffs and it's like, you're James Harden out here today. Like, what happened? So with that, with Bo, where he's at on this list, it's going to be interesting to see, like you said, where everybody else is, because Drake May is going to be in the top 5. Just where he finished last year, he was almost an MVP. And so Drake May is going to be in the top 5. And that's when it'll become, okay, we like Bo at this 52, but now Drake May's 50-some players better than him. And with Drake May, what I'm interested to see is how he bounces back from losing the Super Bowl. That's something that a lot of quarterbacks struggle with.
Mm-hmm.
Most quarterbacks don't get back to the Super Bowl after they lose one.
Right.
Because it's that hard. And, with you're a guy that you see people lose a Super Bowl and you're like, I can't relate. I'm sorry, guys.
Right.
I don't know.
I have no idea what that's like. I'm really interested because they used a ton of 2 tight end formation, and they were with the guys they had over there. they were really good in that aspect. And then also losing Stephon Diggs, who was their go-to third down conversion, do the dirty work underneath route guy. Like, that guy is gone as well. And I know you replaced with, you got A.J. Brown and all that kind of stuff, but, like, that's going to be an interesting transition for this offense. And then, like, Mike Vrabel and the distraction that Mike Vrabel has been all offseason doesn't matter until it matters.
Right. Yeah.
Like, it's not like when he comes out and warns, his running back, not to profess his faith or whatever, or not to, and then all of a sudden, weeks later, this comes out.
Right.
Like, pound sand, loser. Right? So there comes hey, if everything's going well, the credibility, and I know they love Mike Vrabel, and Mike Vrabel is a really good coach, and the guys, I mean, he's no nonsense, but he does invest in the guys relationally and all that stuff. That's all going to be hunky-dory until you go through a losing streak and you get something that he says or something that happens that you just go, dude, that's like that doesn't, what you're telling us doesn't jive with the life that you were living.
Well, that's
right?
what it is. Who are you to tell me any of this?
And that would be, and like I said, it doesn't matter until all of a sudden it matters. And when things are going well, that stuff never rises to the top. Nobody, but it's when you go through that tough 4-week stretch where you lose, 3 games and you get blown out, and you go 1-3, and 3 of the games are blowouts, and everybody's looking at you like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah, and that's with Drake May, as great as he's been, because we get in the comparison game here in Denver, but the truth is Drake May is played really good for his first 2 years. He is a really good quarterback. You don't get where they did without him being great, but is such a young guy coming off a Super Bowl where you got beat up. We saw what it did to Cam Newton. It's one thing to lose it. It's another thing to where you're on the ground, and they have that mic'd up moment where Mike Vrabel says something to Drake May like, are you good?
Yeah.
Like, kind of like, do you want to keep doing this almost is kind of the inference there. So you have all these distractions. You have a quarterback trying to prove that he can overcome kind of this loss on the biggest stage. That's going to be fascinating. And these lists, once week 1 starts, all these list rankings, it's out the window. This is a new season.
Right.
Bo Nix, he's got a lot to prove. Like, I should have been in the Super Bowl. And you get a guy like Drake May that's got to prove it wasn't a fluke I was in the Super Bowl.
Right.
And how they each manage that, I think, is going to be fascinating.
It will be. And obviously, I mean, it's one of those things you just look at and you're like, hey, man, good for Bo Nix being 59. But I'm sure Bo Nix looks at that and goes, man, I want to be in the top 20, top 10, top whatever. So, but the progression year in, year out, continuing to grow, that says a lot. And it says a lot about how the NFL players feel about Bo.
It
competing
does.
against him.
Mark, it was a lot of fun, man.
Likewise,
Thanks for letting
buddy.
me sit with you. Have a good rest of the day. We got the guys, the tribe. Cecil Lammy walking in the studio. He's back.
4 straight 50-win seasons. A quiet offseason that's drawing bottom-of-the-league grades, and yet Vegas still has the Nuggets over-under at 49.5 wins. So, is Jokic enough to keep Denver in the conversation while the rest of the West gets better? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, guys, let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery, haven't taken all those habit-forming medications. My guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. Same-day appointments. That's right. They'll see you today. You can do what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free. They're a phone call away. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. And their board-certified physician is going to educate you on what's going on, show you the pictures, and then have options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, I'm telling you what changed my life all those years ago. I was just in excruciating low back pain that checked me out of life. Couldn't sleep through the night, quit playing golf, couldn't go to the gym. Couple short visits to my guys at Spine One. I was back in the gym, back lifting again, back playing golf, most importantly, sleeping through the night. So don't live that way any longer. Don't live checked out of life. do yourself a favor. Call my guys at Spine One, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spine1.com.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic. Our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker. Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some. So this summer, they will join the menu at the best free meal